All right, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So you smell that burning? Let's try this again. You smell that burning? Oh, that's Agent of Treachery and Fire's Intervention being officially banned. Oh, by the way, we are live, and we're going to be doing M21 spoilers. I'm so sorry. Earlier today, I was doing spoilers, and we played with GRUUl, and we kind of went through platinum status, just like did the whole thing. Yeah, you watch that 2-hour video, and I was talking about certain cards and showing you some old combos compared to new ones, and my computer crashed. So anyway, we're going to be going over M21 spoilers, and so with that said ado, we got a lot of things. We have Containment Priest. Think about Agent of Treachery for a second. So we are going to start. Where do we start? You know what I mean? It's kind of like where do you start? Well, yeah. So we're going to start in a lot of places here. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. So we are going to open up with this little guy right here. We're live, and oh, so we got this guy. You got a Quirion Dryad. Now, on the surface, it's like, yeah, whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a +1/+1 counter on Quirion Dryad. Yeah, these are all new spoilers, by the way. It's an uncommon from M21. That looks pretty good. Also, we're going to do some gameplay, and I'm going to go through a little bit of MTG history to kind of show you. So that's a really good card. I mean, it's a 2-dropper. It's a 1/1. But if you play any other color, it gets +1/+1. I mean, just think about this. You could even put, like, oh, I don't know. Like, you could, whenever you cast a spell, so you could, like, literally play with a different color. You can play, like, with the enchantment deck, put enchantment on this. Oh, by the way, not only does it get bigger from the enchantment, but it also gets bigger because you put something on it. It gets +1/+1. Yeah, so that card has to be pretty darn good. You're like, well, that card's kind of sick. Well, how about dead? Yeah, so we're going to kind of just, we're doing this live. Right? We're doing this live. Alright, if I can just home in on this card right now. It's not going to let me do it, is it? Alright, there we go. Right meow. So let's drag this. It's a Liliana Planeswalker, guys. And it's like, you know what? No. So let's grab this. Yeah, there we go. So Liliana, Walker of the Dead. Now, with Liliana, Walker of the Dead, so basically what this is, it's a 4-dropper, and each player discards a card, then each opponent who can't loses 3 life. Notice it says each opponent. So again, we're starting to see the theme of if you're playing a multiplayer game. That's kind of cool. Its -3 ability is target creature gets -X and -X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. Yeah, about that. There's also an anti-graveyard card in this deck. And there's going to be a card that you're like, why was it not printed in Ikoria? Because you'll think about the Agent of Treachery banning in about a couple minutes here. Anyway, its -7 ability is you get an emblem with, at the beginning of combat on your turn, put target creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. Oh, by the way, it just, it gets haste. So, I mean, if you could accelerate this out, maybe in a Golgari deck, you know, like Arbor Grazer or Paradise Druid or something like that, and get this out on a turn 3, and you can put up like a decent wall, like Arbor Grazer's an 0/3 blocker, Leafkin Druid's an 0/3 elemental, you know, cards like that you can really get out in front. I think that'll be good for this. I think it's a nice, clean Planeswalker that just says it's a core set. And it's just very easy to read. There's no like technicality to it, and if it's this, it's a perfect core set 21 card, in my humble opinion. It's just a really just fundamentally good card. Okay. So then after that, Liliana the Dead, we have a Grim Tutor. Now, so we're like, well, what is this Grim Tutor? Well, so you search your library for a card, and then you put that card in your hand. Then shuffle your library, and you gain 3 life. So if you're like, these cards seem pretty simple to me. That Liliana was very simple. This card's very simple. Yeah, you'll start to notice a theme with core sets. They're pretty simplified. And this one, no exception to the rule. Very good card, actually a throwback card. So reprint. But very, very good. So 3, you can search for a card. It's a demonic tutor with an additional black, and basically you pay 3 life. Not bad. Okay. Then if you're thinking, okay, is there any more of this Abyss? Well, yeah, there is, actually. So here is Peer into the Abyss. And it simply states, Peer in the Abyss, target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in their library in half their life. Round up each time. So let's read that again. Target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in their library, and they lose half their life. Round up each time. It's 7, it's triple black, it's sorcery speed. Yeah. And so, this thing is pretty good. I don't have anything to say to that. Like, again, you draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library, and then you lose half your life. If you could fire this thing out very quickly, I guess the sooner the better. Right. So, I don't know. Anyway, so we're going to go and just go, well, how do we get things out a little faster? Well, again, this is live. Oh, don't you enjoy that burning fires? They're banned officially. They're done. I have a hunt series where I hunt for fires of intervention. You can check it out. By the way, if you subscribe to the channel and also follow me on Twitch, that should be in the description. My Twitch should be in there. Go ahead and do that. I give out free arena codes for people that are subscribed and follow me on Twitch. The reason why I do that is because Twitch, I can send out personal codes to you. They've never been used codes before, by the way. They go pretty quick. They last about 10 minutes on YouTube, and I kind of want to give people a fair chance. Well, anyway, speaking of a fair chance, how about... Now, I don't know how you're really going to pronounce this, but we'll say asuza, Lost but Seeking. You may play 2 additional lands on each of your turns. So it's a 3-dropper, and you can do a 2-dropper. Very interesting. It's legendary. It's a 1/2, so it can instantly die. Yeah, Raphael. Yeah. So yeah, my computer it utterly crashed. It took me 3 hours to get it back. That's what happened. I think that's what I get for doing gameplay while doing a live stream, while doing M21 reveals. I mean, I kind of like in the video, I was like, yeah, my computer's not liking me right now. Well, it turned out that was true. Yeah, it was true. It didn't like me. All right, and so that's what you have right there. So, boom. Now, you're like, well, what about a Master Core? So, throughout Magic the Gathering history, Master Core has kind of been a thing. It goes back to Urza's Destiny, actually. So, Urza's Destiny, there was a thing called Master Core. And so, ever since Urza's Destiny in the 1990s, again, if you want to check out my 2-hour video previous, we go over M21, we go through gameplay. We're like 9-2 with GRUUl, right? I just kept on playing, it's a 2-hour video. Go watch it. But anyway, I go over long combos. But this one, it's a Master Core. It's a 3-dropper. It's an artifact creature. As additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card. So good for putting things in your graveyard. It's a 3/4 for 3. Good for drafting. Protection from planeswalkers. What is that, Teferi Time Raveler? What is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, and then you can pay 1. It deals 1 damage to target planeswalker. What is that, Teferi again? Oh, yeah, that's okay. And then, yeah, Master Core gains indestructible to end a turn. And you're probably like, where was this card? Where was it? Well, it's right here. It's M21. Very simple. Master Cores have been pretty simple. They've always had mana plus abilities. So, like, the original Master Core from Urza's Destiny, it was kind of... They kind of have that theme to it. So, let's go on. And you're like, guys, I'm doing this live. Okay? So, just appreciate the fierceness here. Yeah, this one I kind of wanted to do. It's uncommon. As you can see right there, 2 colorless, 1 green. It's a fierce empath. Okay, so they hold their feelings inside. Okay, well, this one enters the battlefield. You may search your library for a creature card with converted mana cost 6 or greater. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. Well, yeah, that's going to be used quite a bit. It's a 1/1, but, like, who cares? It's basically a demonic tutor for a creature. Like, here's 3 mana, and I can search for any creature that I want with a convert mana cost 6 or greater. So, maybe it's good that Agent Treachery was banned, because people are like, oh, I'm searching for that. Yeah. Yeah. Mana cost 6 or greater. Yeah. Somebody's going to have fun with that one. And that might be us. Okay, then you're like, well, what else is on the docket? I already went over that, so my bad. Ruined Halo. So this is a reprint. You're like, let me see the card. All right. So this card is a reprint. And if you play in Modern, yeah, Ruined Halo, 2 white. It comes when it enters the battlefield. You choose a card name. You can name, any card really, and you have protection from the chosen card name. You can't be targeted, dealt damage, or enchanted by anything with that name. So basically, it's called Ruined Halo, or it could be called Screw Off. It's like, yeah, screw that. Yeah, just you can't be targeted by it. You can't be affected by it. You pretty much are giving yourself hexproof from this card. So, yeah, that's pretty good. And it's good in Modern, actually. It's actually a sideboard in some people's Modern decks. Yeah. Speaking of Teferi, well, hey, here's a new rare one. Yeah, so, yeah, and you look at this right here, Teferi, Master of Time. Yeah, so he's consumed a lot of time in Jizaki decks, hasn't he? Well, this one, it's a 4-dropper, 2 colorless, 2 blue, and yeah. So you may activate. Let me. I'm doing this live, right? So there's no editing. So let me start over. You may activate. I'm having trouble with that. You may activate loyalty abilities of Teferi, Master of Time, on any player's turn. Anytime you could cast an instant. So you can do it whenever you want. How about that? Also, target creature you don't control phases out. And then you take 2 extra turns after this one. Okay, so when you look at this card, it's okay. It's all right. That Teferi is going to be banned in a month. It is what it is. It's a minus. It's a -3 ability. It doesn't target creature you don't control phase out. It doesn't really defend itself too well. somebody can, if you can find a way to put loyalty counters, I'm thinking Elder Spell, like you can kill people's, it's 2 black, it's in the format right now, you can kill people's planeswalkers and put loyalty counters on your planeswalker. That might be some like weird way of doing, like how to like cheat him up. Also with Elspeth Conqueror's Death, everything, things come in with an extra loyalty counter, so I think that could be a thing too. So it's got some merit there. I don't know if somebody can actually break that, but this is a 1 reprinted card right here. Oh, look at that burning Agent Treachery and Fires. Just appreciate that. They're banned. All right, so this one right here is a reprint. It's so if you just look at this one, and it's just a 0-dropper, and it's Tormod's Crypt. Sacrifice the Crypt, exile all cards from target player's graveyard. It's very simple. 0, boom. Like, yeah, bye. It's over. Yep, that's really it. And it comes in slighted into an uncommon spot. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, and so this guy right here, I have, you know what? I'm not going to lie to you. I have not looked at this. I haven't looked at this one. I'm like, what is this one going to do? What is that going to become? And you look at that. So this is Ren in Siri. Inseparable. Whenever you cast a dog spell, create a 1/1 green cat. Okay. Whenever you cast a cat spell, yeah, create a 1/1 dog. Okay, we get the theme now. Tap it, pay a mountain, forest, and a plains, and it deals damage to any target equal to the number of dogs you control. You gain life to the number of cats you control. So you want to cast the cats to deal damage with the dogs. So I guess I would say this would be like damage dogs. If you want to, so like you want to cast cats to tap it for damage to kill to hit you with a dog. And then how I would remember this is that you would run away like a scaredy cat to gain life. You're running for your life and you're dealing damage like a dog. Is that a good analogy? Was that good enough for people? I hope so. Yeah, I'm enjoying the banning. Yeah, I mean we only like made a series about hunting fires, but yeah. So again, doing this live. This one right here. Look at that banning. Oh yeah, look at. Oop, you gotta move around, guys. It's live. This is what happens when you do things live. Give me the card. Give me the card. Okay, the card. Okay, there we go. All right, we're moving them around. All right, give me the card. Give me the card. Come on, you can do it. Okay. This guy. Sorry about that. Teferi's got a little tutelage. Teferi's tutelage. So, this bad boy, he's an uncommon. He's 2 colorless, 1 blue. When he enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card. Yeah, and then whenever you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards. Ooh. So, it's an enchantment. It's not legendary. Whenever you draw a card, yeah. So like Royal Scions, like you draw a card, discard a card. Like this is actually a pretty fun enchantment. And if you're playing limited in draft in a 40 card deck and you like pick up if you're lucky enough to get a couple of these, that could be pretty interesting. I like mill. I play modern. It's a 4-color mill deck, so I'm a big fan of mill. Yeah, and then you're like, well, let's go back to Teferi. All right, so this is the one, right? This is like the one I would really focus on. Like this thing stood out to me. All right, Raphael. Well, thanks for joining and thanks for coming, man. Thanks for So yeah, I'll see you later, man. Let me write to him. All right. Okay, so we have Teferi, ageless insight. Well, if you would draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards in the set instead. So let's kind of like break this down because it's got like... All right, so if you draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So it's not your upkeep, but it's your draw step. That would be important. So like if you're trying to... So when you untap... So how phases work, you untap everything first, and then you can actually pause before your draw step. And then you can cast something out and be able to do that. So you could kind of like, I guess it's good that Fires of Intervention was banned, right? Because if it wasn't, they would be able to free cast this and then manipulate their mana just to cast stuff like instant speed before they draw and then draw even more cards. So that would have been crazy. That would have been really crazy. Now that I think about it. So it's probably a good thing that is no longer there. There is a thing that is coming back, and it's Ugin. Yeah, it's this guy. It's if I can get to him. Okay, so let's just put this guy away, and let's focus on this guy. If it'll let me do that. Okay, so this guy right here is Ugin. I don't know how well that is for everybody, but Ugin, yeah, so he's back again. You guys remember Eminem? Anyway, I'm a 90s kid, so anyway, yeah. Anyway, Ugin, the spirit dragon. So this is like a Tron plays this in Modern. It's a very powerful planeswalker, and M20 is going to be amazing to open because just with the reprints and then the new stuff they have, this is a very powerful set. We're not even through it yet. It's pretty big. So yeah, Ugin's +2 ability. By the way, it comes in with 7 loyalty, just to let you know. Ugin deals 3 damage to any target. So it's anything, planeswalker, your face, anything. Then -X. Exile each permanent with converted mana cost X or less. That's 1 or more colors. So you're asking for a colorless board wipe. This is it. You're like, yeah, red deck wins. I'm just gonna get rid of all your creatures. Just yeah. And they don't get destroyed. They get exiled. So bye. And then it's -10. You gain 7 life, draw 7 cards, then put up to 7 permanent cards from your hand onto the battlefield. Simic Ramp, are you checking in? Knock, knock. Who's there? Growth Spiral, Euro Titan Nature's Wrath, Cavalier of Thorns, Mana Ramping, and Ugin. Yeah, we're going to have fun with that. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm just going to straight up just build these decks. If you want to subscribe to my channel, by the way, and follow me on Twitch, again, I do give free arena codes away. People have opened up booster packs and stuff like that, or Mythic Rares and Shark Typhoon, Sharknado. We'll be doing a booster box opening too of Ikoria. You're like, who cares about that? Go on to M21. All right. Now, this one might be a little hard to read. And so let's just deal with this. Containment Priest. And a lot of people are going to be asking, where in the world was this card? 1 colorless, 1 white, and it does something so good. Flash. If a non-token creature would enter the battlefield, hello Winota, hello Agent of Treachery, and it wasn't cast, exile it instead. You're like, wait a minute. So there was an answer to Winota and Agent of Treachery all along. It just wasn't printed yet. Well, there actually was. It was called Grafdigger's Cage. Yeah. But I just been saying that for like 3 weeks now. Yeah. So this card would have stopped Winota When I played in the MTG Open, by the way, check out our white light deck. I have a video of just nothing but that deck, us playing in the MTG Open. I started off 3-0. 3-0. The fourth match you want to watch because you're never going to see anything like it again in real play. It's just watch it. Yeah, so Containment Priest is just, it just says, yeah, I'm here. Winota, it's like, it's done. You know what I mean? It's just like, where were you this whole time? When I saw this card, I'm like, wait, so there was an answer. It's got flash. It's a 2-dropper. I'm like, it's great. It's a Containment Priest. Yeah. So, that's what you're going to see. So again, those are some kind of things that you can see. So what are we starting to see in regular play? Oh, look at that banning. Look at these. They're banned. Look at that. Fires burning, Agent Treachery burning. I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying that too much, I think. So anyway, I have a whole series of hunting for fires and intervention. Again, subscribe here, then follow on Twitch. It should be in my description. It's 2 clicks, and I do give away MTG Arena codes. In fact, I'm going to drop a code right now. Yeah, so do this for my subscribers and followers, and guys, these go very quickly. Boom, it's in the comment section. So you want to go to your store, and then you want to go ahead and get that code. So, yeah. So anyway, that should be in the comment section. So have fun with that. All right, so tell me what you got, whoever gets it. All right, so those are a lot of the spoilers that you see. So again, some of the reprints are Tormont, it's the Crypt. Oops, sorry about that. Where you just exile somebody's graveyard. That's pretty cool. So then we also see the other reprints. We see Ugin. Yeah, Simic Ramp. We're doing something with this. Yeah, we just have to. I didn't play with Fires or Winota like ever since they've been printed. I deserve to play with Ugin, don't I? Yeah. Heavily played in Modern. So it's kind of good to see those cards. And if you kind of missed it at the very beginning, we went through a bunch of cards. So Grim Tutor was another card here. So let's take down Ugin. Let's take that down. And then let's go to Grim Tutor. Yeah, so Grim Tutor, search your library for a card. This is a reprint. Put that card into your hand, then shuffle your library, and then you lose 3 life. So it's a demonic tutor for an additional black, and you take 3 damage. Yeah, I mean, demonic tutor's like single-handedly like one of the best searching cards ever printed. So I mean, yeah, this is a very good card. I mean, this core set is going to be worth to open, guys. Like, I mean, outside of just talking about MTG Arena, if you're talking about just value, just opening up packs and what they're going to be worth, with these reprints are expensive, in real life, just as they are. So we haven't even seen everything yet. So in my mind, just the spoilers that we just went over in this video is worth buying a box of M21. Just flat out, I mean, if you just look at it, and this is kind of crazy because, you start to look at some of this stuff and it's like, it's simple. It's simple, but it's strong. It's not the mutate. It's not the, adventure spells that you saw in Aldrain. It's just simple. And, oh, look at the fires burning. Look at that. Look at Agent Treachery burning. But no, I mean, it's just simple. I mean, it's just simple bread and butter stuff. But they're effective. And I think that's what people are looking to see. Very overcomplicated. I'd say, again, with this dog. Let's go back to the dog. All right, so this guy right here, Rin and Siri, again. So if you're looking at this thing, just remember like this. Okay, so whenever you cast a dog, you get a green cat. Okay? Whenever you cast a cat spell, you get a dog. you tap a mountain, a forest, a white, you tap this, and then it deals damage to any target equal to the number of dogs you control. You gain life to the number of cats. So how I would remember this one is the dogs deal the damage. How do you get dogs? You have to cast the cat. So if you want to deal damage, play with a cat deck. There's plenty of cats, like the Orphan Guard, by the way. The the companion in Ikoria, right? Like all cats and elementals and dinosaurs and stuff like that get +1/+1 in vigilance. So this is a dog cat, so this would qualify. And secondarily, so just remember, cast a cat to get a dog. Dogs deal damage. Cats run with their tails between their legs, and that's where they gain life. That's how I would remember the card. Dogs deal damage. The cats gain life. They have their tail between their legs. Is that a fair analogy? Was that good? I don't know if that was good, but that's when I seen this card, I was like, yeah, that's probably the analogy that I would probably give. All right, so that's the deal there. I also want to go over something that I was talking about earlier, and then my streamcast, and then we'll get in some gameplay and really play with the GRUUl here. But I want to show you some kind of combos. So we talked about Wilderness. So right now, what is the state of Magic, right? So Reclamation, Wilderness Reclamation is going to be the #1 deck, right? It's just emphatically going to be the #1 deck. We played it through the Platinum status, as you will see probably in the gameplay that I'm just going to do after this. But at the beginning of your end step, so this card, this is not an M21 card, by the way. This is the Ravenica Allegiance. But this card is more devastating than Fires when it comes to turn 7, 8, and 9. Because Fire's really burned out by turn 6 or 7, 8-ish. This keeps on going. And so I was showing people some combos that you can kind of do. And oh, by the way, before I do that, let's go over a couple little bit more spoilers that I did a little bit earlier, but we'll just do it right now. This card right here. So this card is pretty darn good. It's double vision. When I saw this, I'm like, oh, Fires, you're banned. Agent Treachery, you're banned. And I'm having double vision because this card is really good. Yeah, so whenever you cast, so it's not legendary, by the way. Whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell each turn, copy that and choose new targets. So just think about that for a second. And I'm going to put up a card that's like, oh, Lucky Clover. You copy an adventure instant or sorcery spell. So wait a minute. What if you were to have a deck that's already got blue, red, and green, and you so happen to just say, you know what I'm going to do? Brazen Borrower. You would have so many targets to just nail your opponent with. And then what about Shark Typhoon? Shark Typhoon, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you just get an XX creature. So now you can see how this is going to go when you stack on... we'll peel these back a little bit here. But when you stack Wilderness Reclamation into the picture, you could cast, untap, and it's just like a revolving door, right? So you can like have like a non-creature deck with a lot of creatures, and then just like have like new targets. We already see that in the Lucky Clover deck that I did play with. By the way, the footage will be up. It's already up. I did 6 hours at the MTG Open. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm telling you that. But so you have the Lucky Clover deck with Edgewell Innkeeper, right? So you know that, right? That little deck. So that's what you have. The other spoiler, that's a very bad image. That was an image from earlier, and unfortunately, I have a better one, and it's in the thumbnail of the video. But this is just it's a 3-dropper, and whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life, and then you can pay 5 creatures you control gain lifelink until end of turn. Look at the picture on the thumbnail of the video because it's better than this one, which it's kind of weird. Then we have this bad boy. So he's a 4-dropper, 3 colorless, 1 white, lifelink. Okay, so the wording on this at the beginning's a little, you're gonna have to it's gonna be a little thinker to kick in, but it's lifelink whenever an opponent attacks with creatures. So just read it like this: if 2 or more creatures are attacking you or planeswalkers you control, draw a card. Is that easier? All right. Whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, draw a card. So, I guess in response to a lot of the cards that we saw, this is the response. And notice a lot of the cards are 3 colorless, 1 something. Like Fires was 3 colorless, 1 red. Wilderness Reclamation, 3 colorless, 1 green. This is 3 colorless, 1 white. And notice there's like that theme there of 4 mana, 3 colorless, and then 1 of something. So that's really that. When you look at a lot of the spoilers there, but it just kind of gives you some things just to kind of brew upon. Because so far, these spoilers are pretty darn good. I would have to say so. They're pretty good. And so to go over so speaking of Wilderness Reclamation, here's some combo that I want you to look at. Look at Awakening. It's from Stronghold. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, so if you're looking at this was a card in Stronghold. If you're like, what was Stronghold? What was it? Okay, so it was a set back in the 90s. Again, I played in 1994 when I was a little kid. I've seen every decade of Magic. Okay. So, so this card right here, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, untap all creatures and lands. So, so this is not a reprint, by the way. I'm just showing you like an old school combo. Because isn't this very eerily similar to Wilderness Reclamation, right? It's very similar. Except Wilderness Reclamation actually might be better. What a lot of people don't know about Awakening is that the rules had to be changed on the card. Because when people read this card, they thought it was just the player that casted this, not like plural players, but they thought it was like a player owns something. You know, when you say like, they thought it was, they didn't think it was like plural. They thought it was more the player. So what happened when this first card got released, the person that casted this was untapping all the creatures and lands. And they had to put it out there and say, no, everybody does it. So that's what I'm trying to show you, how strong Wilderness Reclamation really is. It's really powerful. So pay attention to Awakening. This is some old combos. Tell me if you like these old combos, because I can do this all day in a Rolodex. But here's the combo that I want you. So you can focus on this, and then there's a card called, if I can find it here, and it's called Trade Wind Rider. There we go. So just imagine you have Awakening, you untap all of your lands, everybody does, and all your creatures, and you have this. Yeah, tap 2 untap creatures you control, return target permanent to its owner's hand. You're like, that's not so bad, until you see Gilded Drake. So Gilded Drake, it's a 3/3, so when it comes into play, you steal one of their creatures and hand them Gilded Drake. Well, that's easy to do when this was an old school combo. When you have Trade and Rider. So what you would do back in the day was this is Urza Saga, by the way. When you see those wheels, that's Urza Saga. So you would give them Gilded Drake, steal one of their creatures. Then you would bounce Gilded Drake back to your hand from their battlefield because you had Trade and Rider on the board. And then to further that, because you had Awakening, so that was like an old school combo. So it's kind of funny how we're starting to see like Wilderness Reclamation. So it's kind of like when you start to see some of the new cards and some of the current cards, you really start to put together the pieces of the puzzle as to what was like kind of like what's going on. So those are some combos. Other things that I want to go over really quickly for you is so a lot of people talk about how powerful the game was back then, because you're probably used to seeing cards like oh, guys, I'm doing this live, so give me a little break here. I think this might be better than some people that I don't know. So anyway, so let me just find it. So you're probably used to seeing this, right? This is a powerful card. Oh my gosh, it's a Black Lotus. Yeah, so Black Lotus, you can sack it for 3 mana, and it costs 0, right? It's the most expensive card in the game. It's restricted. It's banned in like every format besides Vintage. It's like number uno card, right? And so you're like, wow, that's really powerful. Well, look at our creatures, though, back then. We had, Jazam Djinn. Now, you're looking at Jazam Djinn, you're like, that's not impressive. It's a 5/5 for 4. By the way, if you cannot see that it has 4 mana, you're not alone. It's got 2 colorless on a black border, and that's the way the card always is. It's 2 colors, 2 black. It's a 5/5. It deals 1 damage to you. You're like, well, that card, if that card was made today, it would be, I don't know, what would it be? Would it be an uncommon? Yeah, so back in the day, this was a powerful card. If your power and toughness was bigger than the casting cost, you were doing that was fantastic. So just imagine this for a second. So you're like, okay, wait a minute. So Black Lotus, okay, yeah, you had Black Lotus, but you're casting these creatures. See what I'm saying? You weren't casting, it's not like you were going, okay, I have a Black Lotus, and I'm going to go ahead and just, let me see, I'm just going to drop, this. Which is an M21 card, by the way. So you see that? You weren't doing that, right? You didn't have these types of cards. So you weren't like, I'm just going to drop an Ugin. So you're like, I'm going to drop with a Black Lotus, I'm going to drop a Jazam Djinn. And so what would happen is, let's just say in a great case scenario, is you would have, again, if you're just joining the video, I went over the M21 spoilers. Now I'm kind of going over Magic the Gathering history and kind of showing you. I played the game since 1994. I'm a 90s kid. When I was a little kid, seen every decade of Magic. So back in the day, so let's say you had a turn 1 swamp, okay? Turn 1 swamp. So you have 7 cards in your hand. Turn 1 swamp, and then you go ahead and say, okay, well, I'm going to drop a... let me go back there. So let's say you have a swamp. I'm going to drop a Black Lotus. So now you have 5 cards in your hand. Swamp, Black Lotus, and you're like, okay, now I'm ready to pop the Black Lotus and drop Jazam Djinn. So now you have a 5/5 on the battlefield turn 1, your first turn, but you're down to 4 cards. And your opponent's like, okay, all right, I'm just going to do that, or excuse me, I'm just going to do that. 1 mana, instant speed, you just get rid of the creature. So you emptied your hand for 1 5/5 creature, and they just were like, bye. So if that kind of shows you some Magic the Gathering history, and just how strategic you had to be back, that you really had to play with a lot of strategy, because understand, you had dual lands. People were playing with 3, 4 different colors. You really had to play with strategy. It's the bottom line. So it's just, so these are, I don't know if you guys like that type of stuff. Again, I just thought that was kind of, something that you guys should see. So again, some of the combos, just really quick, it's old school combos was Gilded Drake. You take their creature, and then you bounce the creature back with Trade Wind Rider, and you can do that through Awakening. Right? So this is from Stronghold. This is from Tempest. And this is from Urza Saga. And anytime you see those wheels, that's from Urza Saga. Okay. Now, Wilderness Reclamation is still going to be a big deal in the format, as you can see. So again, just to go over everything really quickly, you have Containment Priest that was just, came out, and I saw this, I'm like, well, that would have been nice to have versus Winota. Yeah. Luca for Agent of Treachery. Yeah, that just shuts it down. Where were you? So you have that. You have obviously the reprint Ugin. I truly think the gem in all this is this thing. It's like it's. I mean, on the surface, you're looking at this and you're like, oh, I don't know. It's kind of restrictive. If you draw a card, except the first one, then basically, so let me just read the card. If you draw a card except the first one, you draw on each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So, like I said, you untap first, and then technically, you can do stuff. So, you could untap, pause your draw step, and then whip something out, and then draw 2 cards in place of the one. It's so, like, in like a wilderness reclamation deck, in a shark typhoon. So look at this card, and then what deck would this just be so nasty in? Wilderness reclamation, yeah. And then you get your wheel spinning even further, and you just go, well, what else could this be played in? Shark typhoon. You're drawing cards, and then you're playing non-creature cards, and then you're it's just like a revolving door. So yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how people are going to really build those decks. And I think Temur Reclamation is already good. It's a top deck. It's really there. I mean, it's really there. Again, so those are just some combos just to sit back and go, huh. Yeah. And you're like, well, what if you keep on draw, like, so, but like the little gems, like this thing, so if you play any other color than green, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So, like, this is great in limited. It's great for drafting. It's an uncommon. You're going to get it in a draft. It's an uncommon, and it's just like, so you just pair it up with, like, white. You put an enchantment on it, and then it just gets +1/+1 on top of whatever you just did. So I think those are, like, the little gems to take away from M21. So even the uncommons are really good. This is not your mom and pop's core 20 or your core sets. This is like an entire new, really good set on top of what we have already. So this is like, I mean, and then you have the nice reprints. And again, not to just keep on just hammering it down, but I just wanted to emphasize that this is going to be worth buying and opening. It really is. Just my opinion. I mean, just my opinion. No insider stuff. No, nothing like that. Just my opinion. You have the reprint of Ruin Hallow. Very good in modern. So when a card is good in standard and it's also good in modern, someone already redeemed the code. My arena took forever to load. It didn't. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, the codes go by quick. They really do. Yeah. So yeah, if you subscribe to me on YouTube, and then you follow me on Twitch, I give away arena codes. And full disclosure, I'm sponsored by Wizards. Okay, I mean, just full disclosure here. You know, I try to look for solutions. I'm objective, right? I'm objective. So my history, and I'm not gonna spend too much time talking about me, but but like so the thing about YouTube, you can't send out I don't want to spend too much time on codes, but you can't send out a private message anymore. You used to be able to. You can't. On Twitch, you can do that. So I had like two choices. I was like, I could do a Patreon thing, but no. So it was like, okay, well, if you subscribe to me here and you follow me on Twitch, then on Twitch, I can give some codes, randomly. I'll probably give like 4 or 5 codes a week. on Twitch and just like do it randomly. So it's not like a dog eat dog world like where on YouTube the codes like they go pretty fast, right? The good reprints is Ruined Hollow. So thanks Nuriko93 for watching. So the thing is that so Ruined Hollow, a very good reprint. If a card is good, guys, in standard and good in modern, it's a card that you're going to open and it's going to maintain value. So I see value here with this. Then I see, you know, and it's like this one off the screen, didn't it? Grim Tutor. Like, it's just, there's so much value in just the reprints alone. And then, you know, then you get to little old Ugin here, and it's just like, okay. The reprints are really good. I mean, it's just, they're good. They're good reprints. Modern staples. So even if you open this card and you're like, I don't want this, trust me, a modern player near you does. So you can trade this. And what's cool about the Core 20 set is that you could grab a card like this and say, you know what, I'm not going to play with it, but this has a market. Modern players are going to want it. Simic Ramp players are going to want this card. You know, it's just a beast. And it's going to have trade value. You're not going to have any problems opening up a booster pack and opening this and trading it away. So if you're trying to build your own collection, yeah, I think this is going to be a good set to like pull stuff. And then also the other reprint, it's at the it's hiding behind that. At the uncommon level, it's pretty good. Just drop it in, exile the whole graveyard. So that's the deal there. Yeah, so just in the spirit of things. All right, so here's the deal. So I'm going to drop a code. Tell me what you get with this code. I dropped it in the comment section. So yeah. But see, this is what makes like Twitch slightly better than YouTube. You know what I mean? So that's why I say subscribe here, and then for people that subscribe here and also follow on Twitch, because here's the problem, what a lot of people don't realize too, is that a lot of people are subscribed privately, so I won't even know that you're a subscriber on YouTube if you're private. And half the people are. You know what I mean? We've had an influx of a lot of new people, and half of them I don't even know because you're privately subscribed. So that's fine. There's no problem with that. So I say, so that's why I kind of implemented, hey, subscribe to YouTube and follow me on Twitch. My Twitch should be in my description, or I'll put it, I'll just put my Twitch. It's very simple. I don't have a creative name. I'm just like Derek Roberts, MTG is my Twitch. But yeah, also you can check out my, we played 6 hours at the MTG Open, play with different decks. I didn't play with the top decks because I wanted to get different views. We went 3-0, starting off with a white deck. Nothing? You got nothing? Out of that one? Did it say redeemed? At, I mean, did that say redeemed? I just dropped a code. I don't know if, did that say redeemed? I don't think anybody picked it up that fast. Yeah, let me know, like, what popped up on that one. So, and again, so this is like the M21 drafts, and those are some like combos throughout, history, that you can kind of look at and stuff like that. So, let me get Wilderness Reclamation off here. All right, and let me get this thing off here too. So this is a pretty good enchantment. So really, overall, M21 seems to be a pretty good set, stronger than I ever thought it was going to be. Yeah, and then you have the bannings of Agent of Treachery and Fires of Intervention. So, yeah, so you have that going on. So, and then kind of what you do on MTG Arena, maybe I'll do it for me. You hit, so let's just take a last screenshot of this one. Hit OK. And you receive equivalent wild cards if they're banned. So, okay, so it tells you the new role, the mechanic update. Again, you do know that the mechanic update, you have to pay 3 mana to put this back in your hand. So that's beneficial. So you just hit OK. And then, yeah, so they automatically just put it right in your, so you'll get it right back. And so that's what they're doing with that. So, so that's Agent of Treachery and stuff like that. So, yeah, so, I don't mean to butcher your name. It's in the comment section. I'm just going to say Ivanov. And I probably really butchered your name there. Yeah, so Ivanov, so what I would do, subscribe to me on YouTube and really follow me on Twitch. And when I go on Twitch, I can smack you a code. YouTube, I can't send you a message. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always tell people subscribe, because you get the notifications right away. The codes go faster than I ever thought they would ever go. Like, I think the longest, it says failure. So it just says failure. It doesn't say like it's been redeemed. Huh. That's odd. It's just like failure. Hopefully I'm not, because it should say if it's redeemed, it should say redeemed. Just failure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's odd. Typically, you would do that. I mean, try this one. I mean, I don't want to keep on giving out codes. Let's try that one, though, really quick. I don't know if somebody's, like, redeeming them so fast, but typically it's just a failure redeem. You know what I mean? So, like, if I went to, say, my store right here, that's loud. And I want to go say, hey, so like this right here, this is a code that, I mean, you get 3 free booster packs, but like say I did that, it'll say redeem code failure, right? Because it's already been redeemed, right? So, I've already done that one. That's a generic code, play Ikoria, all caps. You get 3 free booster packs with that one, that kind of thing. So that's typically how the codes go normally. But anyway, yeah, so we're going to jump into some gameplay here and see if we can take GRUUl. Yeah, so I was on a run earlier. We took GRUUl almost to like diamond status. All right. Same failure? That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I'll have to look into that because that's weird that it would do that. It just says, does it say redeemed failure, or it just says... And the reason why I'm asking, so yeah, so we kind of got to draw a card. Playing red deck, Quint versus red deck. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, like, is it saying redeem failure? Because it has to say something. If it says redeem failure, then I must have given out those. If it says redeem failure, so. Steamkin, yeah, we're gonna look. So, Rimrock Knight, Edgewall Innkeeper, another Steamkin. So this is like their engine, right? So whenever they cast a red spell, if it's got fewer than 3+1/+1 counters on it, put a +1/+1 counter on Runaway Steamkin. And they can remove 3 counters and get 3 mana for that. So, we're kind of going back to like the old red deck, right? So we're gonna drop that down, take 2 life, which is like pain, drop this down. And attack with our 3/1. We have Shifting Ceratops, Paradise Druid, Embercleave. So he's dropping down a Phoenix of that. So we're starting to see that. We're starting to see kind of that classic red deck, right? Alright, and we're just gonna Embercleave. Go 12. Yeah, we'll put it on. So Paradise Druid, Shifting Ceratops. He's got Phoenix of Ash, 2 Steamkins. Ooh, and Torbrand. That changes everything. Yeah. Dwarf Noble. Dwarf Knight. Meet Dwarf Noble. Alright, so So we're going to shoot this because this will take 2 damage. Well, actually, I probably shouldn't have shot it. That was my mistake. My lack of sleep. All right, so that's just red deck, and we handled red deck today. We were 3-0. So here's Grafdigger's Cage, by the way. That took care of Luca. So you have Grafdigger's Cage. So in a matchup like this, you just kind of say, okay, I'm just going to run this, right? We're just going to run this at diamond status. And then, like I said, we have the M21 spoilers and stuff like that. So at the beginning of the video. So I had to go ahead and watch that. So we're just waiting on our opponent, waiting for him to form the sideboard. Alright, so red deck wins versus GRUUl. Post fires and Agent Treachery banning. Alright. We got GRUUl. Yeah, we're gonna bring out Pelt Collector. So Pelt Collector, if you're wondering, like, what does he do? Whenever another creature, so you can read all that. Whenever another creature is bigger than Pelt Collector, it gets +1/+1 when it enters the battlefield. When it dies, same thing, it's +1/+1. He's attacking with Fervent Champion. We're not gonna block. He might do light up the stage. I don't know. No, Steamkin. So you have to get rid of the Steamkin. It's just, it's like their engine, and you just can't. Perfect. Robert Rich. So whenever he attacks, ooh, he got a quest boost. Yikes. Alright. Actually, let's put this down. Let's... Well, he's not going to get bigger. So let's just declare our attack. Drop this guy down. And we'll drop this. Paradise Druid. So, Robber, Fervent. About that. See what happens. And he can cast Questing Beast. Yeah, he took our Questing Beast, so that changes a lot. Don't get bigger. We're not in a position to attack, so he's kind of like he took our guy. He could have Embercleave in his hand. And Questing Beast with Embercleave, that's what we try to do. So he's got Fervent Champion, little Quester. We got Lovestruck, 1/1. Yeah, I mean, he's got it right. So I'm thinking he's got it. Like, I think he's got Embercleave. No, he doesn't. Wow. Okay. Steamkin. Lava Coil. Alright. You know what? Ceratops, +1/+1. Activate its ability, give it haste, attacks. Boom. If he kills this with quest, he'll get +1/+1. So he takes the 5. Okay. So again, Steamkin gets bigger. We're going to be able to kill him next turn. Because we'll drop this in haste, and then we'll deal 11 exactly. Yeah, the stop mono red, you just put up some big walls. Yep, so we just drop this down, give it haste. Haste. Yep. So we're in Diamond League now. Already it's like June 5th, yeah. Rank up. Yeah, GRUUl's a pretty good deck. Now, how I run GRUUl is a little different, right? Everybody has their own thing. I believe in Domri's Ambush. Right, you put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control, then that creature deals damage to its power. It doesn't fight. So your creature deals damage to its power to target creature or planeswalker, and it doesn't fight it, so it won't die. And think about Questing Beast. He's got Death Touch, so you put this on Questing Beast. It can kill a 100 creature. It could be 500 creature, right? As long as it doesn't have indestructible, it would die through Death Touch through Domri's Ambush. So the sideboard, pretty straightforward. Grafdigger's Caves. It shuts down. Well, used to shut down Winota and Agent of Treachery. Used to shut down Luca and Agent of Treachery. But it still stops Cauldron Familiar. It still stops Euro Titan of Nature's Wrath. Creature cards in graveyards and libraries cannot enter the battlefield. Destiny Spinner, just because creatures and enchantment spells you control can't be countered. So versus blue-white control. And then Return to Nature is really good versus Wilderness Reclamation, so is Mystical Repeal. And then, kind of little thing here, but with Heartfire, sacrifice a creature, deals 4 damage to any target. So, there you go. Anyway, so we made it to Diamond League. Those are the spoilers that you guys will have. So, hopefully, let's see here. So yeah, so those are the spoilers and also the gameplay. Like I said, we took GRUUl all the way to Diamond status, just straight up. We went 10-2 in the best of 3 with GRUUl, and we took on Red Deck wins 4 times, Temur Reclamation twice. Yeah, so Red Deck wins was pretty up there, right? But GRUUl can take it on. Again, I showed you spoilers. I showed you some old combos for Magic: The Gathering history. Again, if you're not familiar with me, I play the game since 1994, when I was a little kid, and played in tournaments since 1998. My DCI Arena card goes back to 98. Play Modern on MTGO and real life. Okay, enough of that little thing, but I just thought that would help you just kind of understand my perspective. And again, if you did miss some of the spoilers, again, they're at the beginning of the video, so you can just watch them. We go over them very in-depthly. So M20, really good set. Man, I think it's like one of the core sets that you're really going to want to open the booster box for. Not that you wouldn't for any others, but this is, yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big with the spoilers there. So I think some of the highlights to take away is this card is like, you're like, where was this card a couple weeks ago? You just stop a creature from entering the battlefield. It's just a really good card. True. So those are like the little gems there. The crypt is the little gem there. but obviously the nice reprints are going to be the Ugin, right? So Simic Ramp is going to play. Well, we're going to play with this thing. I don't know what other people are going to do, but we're playing with it. Yeah, it's just a really good card. 7 loyalty it comes in for, and there's nothing wrong with the card besides its casting cost. So I think that's really going to be a big one right there. And then you just look at the other reprints that are on top of that. Ruined Halo. Let's get Ugin out of there. All right, so that's going to be good. So it enters the battlefield. You just choose a card name. You have protection from that card. It's like you get hexproof from that card. It's like that's it. It's like that's a really good card. It's stubbornly good in Modern. So you see like a lot of Lantern decks, like a lot of control, like those. It's just like these lockdown decks in Modern will play with the Halo. It's just, yeah. And then you start to see some of the, so where's that other one? Where's the tutor at? Guys, I'm doing this live, so I think those are some of the reprints that you're going to see. I think the wild card here is this one, right? Ageless Insight. So, like, when I first saw this, it reminds me of a card. I can't think of it. It's too Howling Mine. So this card kind of reminds me of that. It's a lot. It's a little bit more restrictive, but so yeah. So if you're looking at this one, which should be on the screen, but yeah. So this one, again, in Wilderness Reclamation decks where they're untapping their mana, you can do things with this one. And I think this is going to be like a little overlooked because everybody's so focused. I think I don't know what people are focused on, but I'm assuming it's going to be the Teferis and it's going to be the reprints. But this one, this has got Teferi's name in it, but this one's going to be really good. If you draw a card except the first one you draw, in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So you marry this card, right? So you marry this card and with Wilderness Reclamation, and you got something brewing automatically. And let me find Wilderness Reclamation. I put it away. There it is. So you pair that up with that. Let's see, that right there. So you're able to untap your mana and then just do stuff before your draw step. And you don't really get penalized because all your lands will untap. And then you marry that with Shark Typhoon. And then you just start, it's just like a draw, go, drop creature type of deck. And I think like that's pretty huge. And I'm trying to find the Shark Typhoon guy, so I'm doing this live. But yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be a thing. So when you look at that, it's somewhere in here. I put all the crypts. Where is that? Oh, and then there's obviously, a reprint right there. Search your library for a card. I don't think people understand how good this is. They're looking at it like, it's cost 3 mana, it does 3 damage. You can get any card that you can go and search for any card, you just grab a card. It's a demonic tutor for 1 more black and 3 damage. It's really good. It's a really good card. In my opinion, it's really good. So you're able to do that. And so those are some nice little reprints. But so I think those are some nice little combos. Kind of just looking at a couple things already. So I think there's kind of some nice combos that's going to have in there. And then, you know, you have green nicely represented, like a creature deck. You know, this kind of screams play with green and white. So anything that you cast besides a green, it gets +1/+1. I mean, you could just... I mean, honestly, you could... There's a spell in Theros Beyond Death that, like, I have a deck. Just look at my deck list. It's a Euro Titan. We cheat out Euro Titan with Hushbringer, because Hushbringer reads basically things that enter the battlefield don't trigger abilities. Well, Euro Titan of Nature's Wrath with Hushbringer, Euro Titan would not go in the graveyard and die. It would stay on the battlefield. So we kind of like cheat Euro Titan out. And I could see like this being played in kind of a deck like that, where you have multiple colors and you're just casting things. So yeah, I mean it's a really good card. So there's some nice little gems in just side the uncommons itself, the uncommon slots. So I mean, personally, so far so good. I mean, it's a really good set. So it's looking to actually be a really, really good one. So those are some of like the things right there to really look at, in my opinion. And then really, I touched on this one. It's Liliana of the Dead. Maybe I did. Maybe I covered her, but I kind of like just kind of grazed over Liliana of the Dead. Or Liliana, it's not Liliana of the Dead, but you can kind of read that right there. But when you look at that card, it's just, I don't know. I think you know it's a good card to look at. Like it. Let me just kind of. I don't know if it's my delay or if it's. Maybe it's. Is that appearing? Okay, now it is. Okay. So each player discards a card. Each opponent. Who can't loses 3 life. So it's very simple. -3, target creature gets -X until end of turn, where X is the number of cards in your graveyard. And then -7, you get an emblem at the beginning of your combat of your turn. Put target creature from a graveyard into the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. So I can see this going in a Golgari deck, can't you? You can get this out pretty quickly with Paradise Druid or Leafkin Druid. Turn 3, drop it, +1 it. You still get your opponent while they still have probably about 3 cards in their hand. Nerf their cards, and then build it up, and you can kind of do that. I would, again, you know, a card that's, again, better. Well, there's Wilderness Reclamation. I guess I just can't get it off the screen. It just wants to stay on there. But, yeah, so Wilderness Reclamation, Shark Typhoon, and, no, that's a Teferi. You can look at that. We already covered that at the beginning of the video. That's a new Teferi. Yeah. People have different opinions in the comments about this one. Some people think this is going to be, like, really good, and other people are like, eh. But what I really want to go at is... What was I looking at? Oh, yeah, this one. Yeah, so this Insight. So, yeah, you're going to be able to draw more cards, and you're going to be able to do that relatively freely with... Well, you're going to have Shark Typhoon, so whenever you're casting on a creature spell, you get a creature. But really, I think you'll see like Wilderness Reclamation paired up with... that's Teferi, Master of Time. We don't want that guy. That's another Teferi. Yeah, there's a lot of Teferis. Master of Time. Insight. Yeah, that. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see, because that's going to be draw, go, let's put flying creatures on the board. Shark Typhoon, Ageless Insight, Teferi, Ageless Insight, and then you'd have I think it'd be a fun deck actually. Then Wilderness Reclamation, and so you just draw cards, just pump out, and you constantly untap. I don't know. That's a lot, right? That's a lot. Understand, Wilderness Reclamation rotates out. So, at the end of September, beginning of October, rotation hits. It's not when the core set comes out. So, core set from M20 will still be in the play. Core set from M21 will still be in the play. But everything before Owl Drain will rotate out at the end of September, beginning of October. So Wilderness Reclamation, it's going to get strong. It's going to get really, really strong. It's already strong. It's going to be the top. It's already the top deck. Even though our GRUUl deck, I just went through platinum status, all tiers this morning and just now during this video. Like I just been like dropping just dropping spoilers, and we just went through platinum status as we went. So I think when you have this, and for the new people, and then you have Shark Typhoon. Yeah, you're going to have a lot of draw go, and it's going to be I think that's going to be a thing. And then don't forget, there's Lucky Clover already in the format. And then I think also another synergy is you're going to have Lucky Clover, and where is this one? Where it's called Double Vision, right? So it's going to hide behind Lucky Clover, isn't it? So yeah, whenever you cast your first instant or sorcery spell, you copy that and can choose new targets for that. Well, just pair that up with Lucky Clover. Whenever you cast an adventure spell or adventure sorcery spell, you copy that. Then you're like, oh, there's Brazen Borrower. Nice. So you're saying I can just clone this 3 times. Yes. You could do that. Technically, you could pull it off, but it does cost 5 mana, so I don't know if somebody would build a deck like that, but that's just something just to kind of think about. So far as that goes. So yeah, I think those are the highlights for the day. So again, feel free to subscribe. Subscribe here on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch. And I'll probably give like 4 or 5 codes away randomly to subscribers per week on Twitch, once a week on YouTube. It's just more convenient on Twitch because you can personally send it. You can't do that on YouTube anymore. You can't send messages. So it's kind of like in videos like this. And so, but anyway, if you're not subscribed and don't feel like it, that's fine. Drop a like and that's cool. Drop in the comments. No big deal. I always say this. There's life gain in Magic, but it's not life. So play responsibly. Just try to be the best version of yourself. So also, getting back into bodybuilding, getting in the weight room. So, it's just wherever you're at in life. I really don't know. I'm not gonna pretend to. But really quick, we'll just fly through for some people that just kind of came in. So what we did at the beginning of the video is we went over all the M20 spoilers up to right now. And then what we did is I showed you old combos and why things like, Black Lotus, yeah, it's really powerful, but at the same time, the creatures you were casting were a little underwhelming compared to what we have now, right? I mean, this card back in the day was an $80 card, right? $80, $90 from Arabian Nights. It's a 5/5 Jazam Djinn. So on the surface, there's going to be, if you're a new player, you're going to look at this card and say, why would you even play with that card? It's a 5/5 for 4. You just play with a Lovestruck Beast, right? True. And it deals 1 damage to you? What? But you have to think about it. The creatures weren't, you didn't have Ugin. You know what I mean? You didn't have even a card like this, you know, in M21. You didn't. So, you know, yeah. So we went over the new spoilers. We went over combos. We went over old school combos. If you're into that type of stuff, then subscribe to the channel. Again, follow me on Twitch. Everything should be in the description. But yeah, so we kind of went over all that, and then we went into gameplay, and we went into Diamond League status. Kind of unedited, but I'm trying my best, you know, here doing it live. I did this morning, by the way, so if you want to check out the video this morning, it's 2 hours long. We did spoilers in there as well, and then a lot of gameplay. And it was kind of cool. My computer crashed because it's hard to do gameplay, spoilers, and do everything all at the same time. And I guess like it just was too much for MTG Arena and everything, and everything just crashed. So anyway, those are some type of the stuff right there. So go ahead and go through that. Yeah. So that's it. We can rip it off with going into Diamond League, playing a match, playing with the GRUUl, and ripping it off. So, alright, the Diamond League. So we want Mythic tier 1 with GRUUl. Same GRUUl deck we're running last month, which is a couple days ago, right? We want, somebody asked me in one video, they said, how did you go Mythic? And I gave them an answer, and I think this might help you guys out. Alright, so let's just, I'll talk. So we'll drop an Edgewall Innkeeper. So in our hand, we have 2 Bone Crusher Giants, Edgewall Innkeeper, Questing Beast, Domri, Ambush, and some Cleavage, Ember Cleave. Alright, so we're going to bring this down. Slide up in there for 1. He's got the Sky Nomad. So we're going to bring this down if it doesn't get countered, like Quench. Nope. Okay. So, Destiny Spinner is really good in this matchup on the sideboard, which you'll see, because I'll probably board it in. The reason why I brought this down is because we want a card draw, right? Yeah, but you have to get mana to do that. But, so we're going to go in and attack. So he's playing Esper Control. Okay. So you're starting to see red deck wins. You're starting to see some of the old decks start to come back and kind of revive. You know, I'm going to pass. Yep. Then kill an Edgewall Innkeeper, gain 3 life, be at 18. We need mana. Alright, well that doesn't help. Yeah. Slide it right up in there, so we're trying to make the best of this, but it's not looking good. Our 2 little mana. Another Kea. Killer Edgewall. Yep, we get the mana, but a little bit too late. But we'll make the best out of it, so we'll cast this out. +1/+1. And we'll go ahead and fire and attack. And then his, yep, Elspeth's Constant Death. So he's in Snatcher guy. So hopefully we get a mana. Nope. Okay. So tricky. Well, we need the mana, right? We're desperate for it. So let's attack. Not good. Dossus is good, right? That is not good. It's gonna be interesting, you know, how they use Companion with the new ruling too. Like, yeah, just take whatever you want. Questing Beast goes. Good choice. Notice what he did there. He brought that Companion to his hand. because he wants to flicker this and flicker that. And us getting no mana is just really bad. Yeah, he's gonna... Well, that'll die, so he can't flicker that. He'll flicker this. He's gonna flicker that. So... Yeah, we're gonna have to cast this. We're not gonna attack with this, because it has hexproof. We're gonna spell it best. We're just gonna try to make the best out of what we have. Enters battlefield, gain 3 life, draw a card. Yep, this got protection from blue. Can't be countered. I wonder if does he have Brazen Borrower in his hand? It can't be countered, it's got protection from blue. He's a 4/4. He's a 4/3. Slide right up in there. He's like, no, you're not. Kill that. 3 mana. We're still in the game. Not bad. So, he has protection from blue. He can't be blocked, right? You can't Teferi Time Raveler him. You can't... still no mana. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to make the best out of it. I mean, he's gotta have counter spells because he didn't tap out. We'll try. Yep. Mortify. Oh. Good removal. That'll fizzle. Slide up in there 4. And I imagine he's going to take this, because I'm going to imagine next turn, because here's what he's going to do. We'll drop another one of these. He's going to want to flicker. He's going to want to drop this in, flicker this, Omen of the Sea, scry 2, draw a card, deal 3 damage, gain 3 life, flicker this, gain 3 life, draw a card. That's why he attacked. He's going to drop it. I would think he's going to drop his companion. And I guess this is not a really good assessment on how the new companion mechanism works, because he only got 3 mana, but he's going to flicker all that, like as I said, it's all going to come into play, so he's going to ratchet up to 13 life. Or, excuse me, 14 life. Scry 2, draw 1. Yep. Got land. Well, it's kind of going to work like this. Either he's got a counter spell or he doesn't. He probably does, but let's just swing it. Yep, Vito. This is the top. So we just walked into a death trap, but you just gotta play with what you're dealt with. Sometimes that's what you get, so it's okay. So whenever you cast a multi-color spell, you get a 1/1 human token. Yeah, and we're still not getting land, right? So I mean, honestly, all he has to do is pop us. All he has to do is pop us for 6. He's got a little blocker right here. Chump block. And that's gonna be game. So if I was him, I'd attack with a 2/3 and a 4/5. Yep, keep this back. We'll be down to 4. Sit back on a counter spell that you have. And yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, there's nothing we can do. We're bottlenecked by the creature. So not much we can do there. And he can even produce a creature. So yep. You try. It's still not gonna be enough. It's only be 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, they just kill that. So that dies, and then 3. And then he's able to deliver the death blow, and we're ready to go. So like, even if you have a bad hand like we did, like, you know, we got hosed on mana, you still want to. So look, like, just look at the deck. Like, look at his deck, right? So Destiny Spinner, creature enchantment spells you control cannot be countered. So that might be a good option there, right? So you just board out Dahmer's Ambush and say, hey, Destiny Spinner, why don't you come in, slide up in there. And then our curb will probably go from 3.0, was it 2.8 or 2.9? Oh, it's at 3.0 still, okay. So we have 32 creatures, only 4 non-creature spells. Again, we have 24 land in our deck, so 24 land in a deck is 40% of your deck, right? So it's equivalent to having 16 mana in a 40-card deck if you're playing Draft. Alrighty then. Let's just go right in here. See what we can do. Hopefully we get more than... we're stuck on 2 mana for... what, like 3 or 4 turns? What happened? So he's 1 up. So we've taken GRUUl all the way through Platinum pretty easy. You know, I was able to do spoilers all day and just play and do a live stream. And just... So what we have in our hand right here is 2 Edgewell Innkeepers, then we have a Lovestruck Beast, and then what we have right now is a Questing Beast. He's got the Sky Nomad. And probably a bunch of counter spells and creature removal. Let's not forget about those. Alright, so let's bring that down. We have more mana than we had last game, right? So it comes into play, Scribe. Well, we got options, so we can draw a card right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this down, and then slide up in there for 1. So, again, whenever he casts a multi-color spell, create a 1/1 human. Alright, and we're going to draw a bunch of cards. Off Edgewell Innkeeper. Right, no tax. So, Esper making a little comeback. Red deck wins, Esper. Gotcha. Well. Let's attack this first. So he's going to take the damage. Hit the 1/1. Takes 5. Alright, so we're going to draw 2 more cards. Bone Crusher Giant, Enable Passage. And since we saw enough, since we didn't quit game 1, even though we got land hosed, we got to saw what our opponent likes to play with. So he's big on counter spells, big on hello.
Trust me, you'll thank me later.
Time my rabbit.
Let's try this.
I think this is a really good spot for questing beast. You know, just saying. Oops. Tap. Yeah, let's get this out of here. Flush out our land. I'll go with red. We also have Destiny Spinner. Creature and enchantment spells cannot be countered. So we got a lot of options. But he's got Teferi. He's got little blockers. Let's just go after it. Yep, to block that. Take 4, we'll wrap this up. Yeah, so we're not going to cast this on a creature because if he has a board wipe, we don't want to empty our hand. He'll flush this out more than likely, or not. Another one. We're gonna take 2 because we like pain. Bring out Destiny Spinner. If he doesn't counter this, ooh, so he can't counter any of our creatures. Look at that. So now, we're wide open. Now we can just, well, this adventure spell, he'd still counter this. So we'll snipe one of these guys. Alright, and we're going to bring this down. Bring that down. Yep, tilting out his deck, fetch your land. We'll attack for 5, he'll block with a 1/1. We'll pass our turn. He's probably thinking, do I put this in my hand now? Or, you know, the first game he didn't play with board wipes. So he's not a board wipe guy. He's I want to target your creature.
Don't worry, I got it.
And that kind of favors us, right? So he's not really a board wipe guy with Esper. So, yeah, we got options. So we're gonna drop this guy down. He can't counter anything, right? So because we have Destiny Spinner, there's like nothing he can do about it. So, yeah, let's draw some cards. There's our cleave. Right. So. And he might double block this and kill Pellet Collector, but we don't really care. I mean, we have so many creatures in our hand, like, it doesn't matter. We actually have mana this game. Yeah, that's what I told you. He's going to block that. We're not going to cast this down because if he board wipes. Just pass it. Again, he's not a board wiper.
Oh, I've done the hero thing before.
See, so he scries 2, draws a card. Yep. Well, so we're gonna. You can't counter it. We're gonna bring this out. Now, he could have a board wipe. He could have Shatter of the Sky in his hand. So, let's be careful. I probably should just hit all attacks. That probably would have been easier. Go. Alright, well. Alright, so you just look at your sideboard and say, well, I mean, we have 3 shifting Ceratops, main board, can't be countered, protection from blue, Destiny Spinner, 32 creatures, so our top deck is just creatures. Now, Vivian's for Esper control, right? So, produces a 3... People forget Oko, Thief of Crowns, was really good versus control decks. Remember, when Oko got banned, those control decks really took off. Because if you were to board wipe with Oko on the board, just another 3/3 creature just comes right out. Well, Vivian Monster's Advocate, although 5 mana, it acts like that. It's +1, create a 3/3 green beast. But also be mindful, it can get a reach counter, a vigilance counter, or a trample counter. So what's GRUUl have trouble with? Flying creatures, right? Things that fly. Well, you can pump out a 3/3 creature, give it reach, block the flying creatures, protect Vivian. Then you look at the top card of your library anytime, and then you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. Of course, we have a lot of creatures, so you're top decking creatures. The -2 ability is negligible in this deck. You're not going to use it. Alright, so he's not a board wiper, so you don't put Vivian in there at a 5 drop. He's not a board wipe guy. If he was a board wiper, you'd put Vivian in there. You have to pay attention to your opponent, not just your deck, and you can't think your deck's the best. That's not how you... You have to really just focus on your opponent and the hand that you're dealt with. Alright, so we have 2 Bone Crusher Giants, 1 Destiny Spinner, 1 Lovestruck Beast, and only 2 mana. So anyway, yeah, I'll take 2. So this could be like the first game where we get kind of mana. Yep. All right. We'll slide up in there for 1. So we need to get mana pretty badly. Yep, he'll kill this. Oh, wow. So this is going exactly like game 1. Well, I could cast that, but... No brain. See, he brought this in, finally get land. Man. Alright, we're gonna bring down... You know what? Will he flicker this next turn? Yeah, let's bring down. don't forget, you can make a land into an elemental creature for the amount of... yeah, he's in a flicker. So, that's the reason why I didn't bring down a GRUUl Spellbreaker. Because... that's why... I was like, is he... But here's the thing. We had Lovestruck Beast in our hand, so we can just drop down a 1/1 and just... make it look really cool. And then we drop this guy. Or her. So 3 mana versus 6. This is kind of cool. So you draw a card, activate this only if you have a creature 4 or greater, which is like every deck in Standard. Alright, so it's good if you burn out. You know, you just get rid of spells too fast. Alright, so he can make a 1/1 creature, so he can block this for sure. So let's attack. If he produces a 1/1, yeah, he's gonna take it. No, he's gonna kill it. Okay. Bring another one out. So he's got 3 cards in hand. He's got a 4/5 flyer. 7 mana. Yep. Attack with a 2/3. Oh. Well, that's a pretty good top. I'm not gonna lie about that. Yep. So he's got 1 card in hand. So, not bad for the mana that we started out with. Well, he's got to have a kill spell. Or draw into a kill. Yeah, so probably knock this off. Yep. Okay, so that hurt. Spot. So we got 2 turns, or clock's 2 turns. 4/4. Well, we're gonna have to drop into an Ember or a Pelt Collector or an Edgewall. Yeah, because just both games that I think we're going to one, but. So when you're looking at the losses, you can't really say this is a bad loss, because you're like, okay, we got nothing for mana. So he's attack for 4, obviously. Yeah, we can't use it, because we don't have mana for him to cleave. Yeah, he's got this one. Yeah, there's no way. Not bad. Yep. Good game. Yeah, so those types of losses, you're just like, okay, well, so won't be on the play. Oh, what's with the mana? Yikes. The shuffler? So, land's gotta go. And Thumb ambush, you gotta go. Ugh. What is up with the shuffler? Alright, so Sultai. Alright, so we're gonna take 2, and then we're gonna draw a card. Will it be a mana? Yes, it is. Cloud Eraser. Yeah, so about that. We're just gonna play that. Attack for 4. Right, we need to. Now we're getting to, so we gotta flush it. Cast it. And this is a spot where you're like, well, what if he has a counter spell? Well, it doesn't matter. Look at our hand. It doesn't really matter. Don't overthink it, you know? So he's playing Sultai, Hydrate Crosses. Wow, so... block that. 4, down 4. Clear thorns. Land, we got another land. It's crazy. We legit might lose this game because we just get. It's just crazy. What's the shuffler? This thing's really good. So it enters the battlefield with 6+1/+1 counters on it. It escapes with 12. If damage would be dealt by it, it loses the it loses the +1/+1 counters and pay 3. So he can literally drop a 12/12 next turn. If we kill that, he's gonna. We want him at 2 life because we can draw into a Bone Crusher Giant. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine he would get Hydra Crosses or Nisa and kill this. Yeah, we're just gonna pass. Yep. And we get Ember Cleave. Okay. So we'll pretend like we have nothing, just kind of like, because he might just think we're just top decking land. Yep, obviously. Yep. Alright, so that round goes to us. Barely. I don't even know how to say that. So, Dommer's Grafdigger's Cage. Creature cards in graveyards, libraries, battlefield. So that would stop his Euro Titan, that would stop the other thing. So he likes to use his engine as Cavalier of Thorns, right? So we'll put Grafdigger in there. Yeah, we'll keep it. I'm not happy about it, but we'll keeps. Got Help Collector. Thought Eraser. Yep. Questing Beast Golem. Pitch him. Throw him in there. All right. So So these decks like to get to 6. That's where that's their base.
Together we will prevail.
He'll attack for 3. We'll be down at 17. We'll draw in. Take this. Drop the Quester. Yeah, and we're just really just gonna put pressure on them. If he's gonna block, you block Pellet Collector in this one. Yep. Ralph that up for 4.
Do not underestimate my fortitude.
So things that would suck, Hydra Colossus right now. And watch he'll cast Hydra Colossus.
Behold, nature's true power.
Yep, he'll cast Hydroid for 7? I don't know if I do for 7, right? Yeah, this land. Okay. So... Jeez.
I am in need of rest.
Throw that out and pray to the top deck gods. Another Nisa.
I will protect the virtue of this world. The land shall conquer you.
Well, I don't know if... He made the same attacks, but I think this time he... Yeah, I mean, you block. You block this one. Yeah. See how having a Planeswalker just producing a 3/3? It doesn't matter if it's Nisa or Vivian, just... That was what Oko did. That's what, like, people just were, you know, you remember the elk of Oko. But his creature producing just is resilient. So
The land fights for us.
Yep, taking that all the way. Well, it's been all land. It's like it's been all land. We should like just do like a thing, right? Just like let's see. This is what we need. We need a Grim Tutor. Can I please fetch for anything but a land? Please, M21 drop, right? Can I please just get anything besides why not just take it off? Rosca. Don't kill our Edgewell keeper. Does it?
Pity we couldn't have been allies.
Man. We'll finish it out. We'll draw a card off this. Oh, there's a Graffi. Oh, this is so hard. He hasn't really threatened anything from the graveyard. I mean, he has it in his decks, right? He has escape in his deck. He's running a playset of Euros. I might regret this, but I'm going to put in Dahmer's Ambush back in here. Rationale, we have to get good. Okay, not the best hand, but I'll take it. 2 Bone Crusher Giants, 1 Wellstruck Beast. Yeah, more mana. Yeah, so I'll just attack the 1. And the rationale for taking Dahmer's Ambush over Grafdigger is, I just think, if we can just get consistent mana and to spell ratio, I think we can just outbeat them. So let's bring down. So we gotta stop talking to Top Deck. If we do what we did last time, it's not gonna go that well. Yep. That's a very good card, Heartless Act. That was a Heartless Act. Alright, well. We gotta get it. No, we'll take red. Alright, well, here we go. This can't be countered. Got protection from blue. No Brazen Borrower. We can Ether Gusset though. Yeah, we'll take it. Alright, so he can drop down Nisa if he drops down another land. They play with casualties of war, destroy land, destroy a creature. Again though, he cannot walk Ceratops. Got protection. Another land. Ability. Give it haste. Combat. Take 5. Casualties of war. But good thing we didn't attack. You know, we stayed back because he would have blocked, he would have traded, and then we're just still in 1. So you can't attack. But they like the casualties of war, like I said. Oh, we got Embercleave at the right time. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Block this, we'll ride that. Good game. Pretty simple. So, yeah. We'll go into this match. First, the mana. This is why some people are walking away from Fable Passage, to be honest with you. Because it's hands like this where you're like, man, if this was a green mana. So, yeah, we'll keep it, but it's kind of like a dead turn, right? Because we're just going to drop that, get a green forest. Comes into play tapped. So basically it becomes Evolving Wilds, pretty much. Right. So we have 3 Edgewelling Keepers. 1 Bone Crush Up, and 1 Domri Ambush. So it's really been mana. Yeah, ever since we got the diamonds, it's just been mana. But it shows you GRUUl. If you go watch my previous video, it shows you GRUUl can do really well. Yep, so we just pass turn. We don't show our colors yet. Don't give any intel that you don't have to. So, and again, feel free to subscribe and follow on Twitch. What happens when I live stream on Twitch? They put me in a bodybuilding category, not Magic the Gathering. So I have to work that out with them. Like, no, it's Magic the Gathering. It's not bodybuilding. Right. We're gonna search for a green man. Maybe, you know, there's some lag. It happens to me time. You know, if I play a bunch of games, or just an opt. Alright. Oh, bring him down. Turn. Is he playing Temur? Really? I mean, I don't know if he is, but is he? Opt. So you think like Simic Ramp would play with that, or excuse me, Simic Flash would play something with that. Temur Reclamation. Or, you know, he's just watching our video and he's playing against us. He's like, yeah, I see what you got in there. Yeah, he's playing Temur. Okay. Yeah, I really want to play this, but and I don't. He's playing Temur, but is he playing with Risen Reef? I doubt it. I'll pass a turn. If he counters this, at least he, I don't know, he taps out. We don't really want him to counter this. It'd be pretty bad. If he's going to counter, we want him to counter the creature part, not the adventure, because we want to draw cards. Triome. Okay. Shoot him. Yep. Alright, we'll take 2. Cast this out. Draw 3 cards. We got Shifting Ceratops. So we'll just call it Temur Reclamation. This. While he's taking his time. Do we have it? That. This is what I think he's playing. That one. So I want to get more value. Brazen Borrower. Well, that's kind of a tough situation. If you Brazen Borrow this guy, you're giving us a cannon to deal 2 damage, and then you're also letting us draw cards because we're just recast them. I mean, yeah, you'd raise and borrow them. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna take it, you know. And it's kind of a tough situation because we just We have a discard card. And I don't think there is any win for our opponent. That's a lose-lose scenario. I mean, but in essence, he took 4 damage that he would have taken in combat. But always be respectful to players and stuff like that, because like everybody makes mistakes. I make them, especially live streaming. You know, you're worried about the microphone, you're worried about the recording, you know, looking at the chat. Everybody makes mistakes. Nobody's perfect. Nobody has the best deck, besides if you're playing fires. Alright. I mean, he lost kind of how we lost our previous, well, our match before the previous, just land, really. I think he's playing Wilderness Reclamation. You know, in that case, you take out Domri's ambushes. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna put him on that. If anything, Return Nature gets rid of Euro Titan, Nature's Wrath out of their graveyard. You can just exile it. And he's going to board in heavy. But to be honest with you, he or she doesn't have to board in that heavy, because honestly, they're playing with the best deck. If they're playing with Reclamation, they have the best deck. They have the upper hand in the matchup. If I were to do a coin flip and I were to play Temur 10 times, we'd probably win 5 and lose 5. You know? So it's a coin flip. He doesn't really have to sideboard that much. And sometimes that's why, like, when you lose to mana, sometimes you don't want to be too hard on your deck, because it might change the way that you play. And sometimes it comes down to just what you draw and you know, a lack of mana. So but you just look at the demeanor of our player, right? He takes a while, or he or she takes a while to process each turn. So they're probably a heavy thinker. You know, makes sense that they would sideboard pretty heavy. You know. So, yeah. Okay, so this hand kind of sucks. Top deck time. Let's see what we can do. That's all we got. Alright, so that. Yeah. And see, so this is not a game that you want to play with this deck, right? Because they have growth spirals, ops. You know, so they'll outvalue you. You know, they'll gain value. So this is not a. We don't want to get into a mid-range fight with Temur. Yeah, he's gonna opt, growth spiral. You don't want to get into a mid-range fight. It's like a UFC fighter trying to box. You know what I mean? It's just not where you want it to be at. Because when you look at GRUUl, it's really a, it's somewhere between aggro and mid-range. So, yep, yes sir, Bob. Put him on that reclamation that we saw earlier, like right, meow. Boom. Right. So I told you I think he's playing with that. So kill that. Oh, right, and this is where we kind of slide up right up there. Oh, we have 2 Ember Thieves. Another one. Well, question is, do you have Brazen Borrower or Ether Gusts? He paused there. See that little awkward pause he gave? So I feel like this is gonna come back to our face or on top of our deck, because I think he's got Ether Gust or Brazen. Unless he's got Night Pack Ambusher. Nope. Shark Tech. Little blockers. We really have had nothing this game. All we've done really is just cast 1 creature, done that, and just Ember Cleave. Not much. He needs 1 more card to get out Euro Titan Angel's Wrath into the graveyard. He just needs 1 more. We got 5. I wonder if he's got inversion invasion, right? So tap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there'd be 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, he's got enough. Is that 1 card where you deal X damage to a target, you draw X cards? I think he has it. Yep, because so that'd be 1, then all he has to go is like 2, 3, 4, 5. Or tap that one, I guess. Yeah, so he's gonna hit this. He's gonna hit this, draw 5. He's gonna draw 5 cards and hit this. This is why I said Wilderness Reclamation is that card. I just couldn't name it. It's worse than Fires once you start to get to turn 8, 9, 10, because it's like you still have the free casting thing, right? So he's able to tap his lands and tap it. Now, he's taking a risk because if we draw a haster, like Questing Beast, I guess we have to take that action. And see, Do you see how they can play like carefree? Yep. So this will go to a game 3. Can't pay hate, so yeah, so I think it's gonna go to a game 3. Yep, and this is where he just taps. Keeps on tapping. He gets 2 untap phases. Do it again. Right. Yeah, so he's got enough. Yep. So well, Rock Knight or Pelt Collector. Boy, let's do it. Bad hand. top deck luck. Both got stomping grounds. Yeah, I'm going with this. I'm going with requesting Beast turn 3. He could have Ether Gust. Actually, now that I changed my mind. Okay, so go blow that up before his turn. Yep. So did he get reclamation? That's the question. Nope, he got that. If he had Brazen Borrower, he'd be Brazen. So throw out Quest and Beast. And if he does have Brazen Borrower and he Brazens his backdoor hand, we have an attacker on him. We got Typhoon, 0. That hurts. So he cycles that. He's gonna skip this one. Yep. To the 1/1. But he doesn't know we have this, right? So he can't see that. And then he can't see that one either. So I'll bring down that. Right, then we'll bring down that one. Fair enough. He's at 1 life, we have no cards, and he's got a Blast Zone. We can top deck Embercleave, another Questing Beast, land. Shifting Ceratops. Right. So, does he have a Gust? Brazen Borrower? Yep. One life, so Bone Crusher Giant are out. Shifting Ceratops, Embercleave, Bone Crusher Giant, Scroll Spell. So we're kind of seeing the GRUUl deck really just line up and just because you guys have to remember these guys were probably in Mythic League, you know, so like, because everything reset just a couple days ago. So these guys are probably, you know, so decks that are on the comeback, red deck, Esper, control, Temur reclamation for sure. It's gonna stay. Alright. So we have one Lovestruck Beast, one Edgewell Innkeeper, one Pelt, and one Quester. Alright, notice you're not seeing many companions, right? Mardu. Okay, so we're just gonna come out right here. We're not gonna waste our time. This here. And now back to one. Is he a nice deck? I don't know. Yep. Alright, so card on this, he'll get bigger, 2/2. This will override the first striker, so we attack with that. It's a 2/2. This has a mass 1, so whenever this dies, he gets a 1/1 creature. Yep. So legendary humans you have. Okay, so you don't see this every day. So legendary humans you control have indestructible. Exile target card from the graveyard. Creature card. Legendary human control. Okay. So do that. Let's take red. Okay, so for this one, I still want to draw cards, right? Bring this down, make him bigger, draw a card. Could've won Questing Beast, but... I have no idea what he's playing. I have no clue. 0. Went off from control. So it's like Mardu humans. Okay. I'll bring the Questing Beast. Yeah, so there's really nothing that we do here. We're not going to bring in Destiny Spinners or anything like that. Just going to just ride it. Keep it simple. Keep it. I think our guy likes sports. OSU, Bucks, Colts. All sports teams. Alright, obviously, Buckeyes and the Colts. Alright, we have a Questing Beast, Spellbreaker, Drug. Domri Ambush. That's all. Okay, so we don't tap this out, run the risk of him killing it, because we need that double green for this. So we are going to pass a turn. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna make all my creatures +1/+0. How about that? Creatures dies. All right. So, blah. He'll kill that, obviously. Cleavage. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kill that one first. One damage to this, for sure. Yep. And he's really low to the curb. He doesn't have blockers for this. And again, we're constantly keeping this alive, right? Because we want that double green. That shot is like a rocket. Alright. This can't attack. Well, yeah. Block that with Judith. I'll take the 1. Kill Edgewall instead. Yep. Alright. See here. Yeah, I mean, GRUUl's not a joke. You just have to like learn how to like just play with it. Well, this sucks. Mulligan. Sultai. How many times have we seen this? No land. Do get our burn on. Our little humans. Casualties of war. Hydroid Colossus. We're gonna act like we're trading. If I attack with both, it'll be obviously we have Ember Queen. Because he already sees this in our hand. So, I mean, casualties of war, he can kill this. Nope. All right. He will do that. Shifting Ceratops. One. Yeah. Well, we can get some mana. It's just gonna be a bunch of 1/1s. Yep. And we still don't. Yeah. It's gonna be one of those games.
I I lead the Golgari now. Step aside or be crushed.
This is in the drops of Secret Lair.
The ends justify means.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Just, you can kind of just sit back and just Roska this. Destroy target null and permanent with 3 or less.
Anyway.
Oh, well. I guess we could probably get out of this. So he's gonna bring that out. We can bring this out. We'll trade. We'll probably bring this out, then we can bring Shifting Ceratops out. This has protection from blue.
As long as we win, nothing else matters.
Yep, that's gonna be game. Give it +2/+0. Alright. So. Nope. This might be the last game that I play. I didn't mean for this video to be forever. 3 hours? Yeah. Keep it, but it's not good. Pass this. Alright, Top Deck something good. Cool deal. Well, we do need a creature. That's for sure. What we wanted. But we'll take it. 0? So that goes into exile. Well, so he's got irritate, fight wrath, we have this. I imagine he's gonna bring out the Euro. No, he doesn't have to. Because that was another game. All right, let's see here. Well, I think that's good enough gameplay. I think you know, M20's coming around the corner, so you know, but anyway, guys, I think that's it. You know, we went over again beginning of the video. We went over, you know, the M21 spoilers. Then I kind of showed you some things like from the past, like some combos, like, you know, a la Gilded Drake, Awakening, and Trade Wind Rider. And then, yeah, so at the very beginning of the video, you're going to go over the M21 spoilers. We go over that pretty in-depthly. And then, you know, all these guys. Ugin. So, yeah, so we go over those. And then, after that, I showed you some, like, Magic the Gathering history, some type of combos. Again, I played the game since '94 when I was a little kid. And then, you know, then we went to Pound Town a little bit here. Brought the GRUUl deck through Platinum in a diamond rank. So we pretty much dominated the field. I think we went overall probably, what did we go in the best of 3, like 14 and like 4. So yeah, decks on the rise. Red deck wins. We saw a lot of Sultai kind of come into play. And then we saw a little bit of Esper try to come in there. So Temur Reclamation certainly there too as well. So like I said, M21 I think is going to be a great set. You got Grim Tutor. You know, so, you know, a lot of reprints here. So search your library for a card, and then put that card into your hand, then shuffle your library, and then you lose 3 life. And then, you know, some of the other reprints is, again, I've already highlighted that. Ugin just does a lot. You know, so 7 loyalty comes in for 8. But I think if there's any meta to come in for Ugin to come in at 8, it is this one, because you have Simic Ramp, so you have a lot of ways to get it out. Temur Reclamation still can get things out too. So yeah, so if you feel free to subscribe and follow on Twitch. It should be in my description. The Twitch should be in my description. Again, I was gonna open up a booster box of Ikoria, but I did a today. I did a 2-hour video earlier today covering some spoilers, and then doing gameplay. Pretty much, went through platinum status there, and then yeah. And so this is also another reprint right here. Crypt basically just comes in play, 0-dropper, and just exile somebody's, just rip their graveyard apart. So really good. I think, like, again, the cards that really should be paid attention to is this one right here, Teferi's Insight, and I don't know if there's like a slight delay maybe on the screen here, but if you look at Teferi's Insight right here, I think this is going to be a good card. Underrated probably. So I think there's a crypt. I don't know if it's shown in real time. So but yeah, the crypt was reprinted, and then you have Teferi's Insight, and so that spells basically if you would draw a card, except the first one that you draw 2 cards instead. So that's going to be a good one. I think that's going to be a little bit of a winner right there. And you're saying, well, that's worded kind of weird. If you would draw a card except for the first one, you draw a card in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards. So, yeah, I mean, so you just have to activate this before your draw step. So, you untap your lands first, right? And we do have a card that makes that utterly convenient for you, because it's the decks that we played already, and it's the Wilderness Reclamation. I mean, I would say that this card has a home in the Wilderness Reclamation. I'm trying to find that called. There you go. So let's take that out. Yeah, so he has a home, right there. And then you can just imagine the silly things that you can do with that combo, like Shark Typhoon, right? So you're untapping your lands, you're drawing 2 cards, and whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it becomes a creature itself. So you're just getting massive mana advantage, card advantage, and then you just would swarm them with creatures pretty much, would be the deck right there. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw that as well. On that, I also showed you some old combos. This is from Stronghold. This is not from M21. This is not a reprint. But it kind of looks like Reclamation, right? At the beginning of your each player's turn, you untap the lands and untap the creatures. So when this came out in Stronghold, people read this as, because they didn't read it as plural, as in players. So they would untap, the person that casted this would only untap their stuff, right? And I think there's a little bit of a delay. I don't know if you're seeing the Shark Typhoon still, or if you're seeing what I'm talking about. So, but Awakening should be on the screen anyway. So people would play this card, and just untap. So the player that casted this would only untap their creatures and lands. And you have to understand, this is like 97. So there had to be things done to this, like just clarifications on this card. So people would do that, and then they would go ahead and drop down Gilded Drake. Well, why would you do that? Why would that be a combo? Well, Gilded Drake's a 3/3, and you give Gilded Drake, you give them this card, and you take one of their creatures. So it's kind of like a 3/3 flying Agent of Treachery. And I thought this combo was fitting to talk about, because Agent of Treachery got banned. We're kind of celebrating that. I have a series of Hunting for Fires. We take on the top 8 decks. And as you can tell by this gameplay, we don't care about taking on the top 8 decks. You learn from it. So so you would put this down, take one of their creatures with Gilded Drake, and then what you would do is then he would drop in Trader and Rider. So then Trader and Rider says you tap 2 other creatures you control, and then and I think you guys are on a delay, so I think there's like a 3 or 4. I'm doing everything live, and so I'm doing a lot actually live because we did like gameplay and then like this, like, so there's a lot. But so yeah, you'd give them Gilded Drake, take one of their creatures, and then you'd use Trade Wind Rider via tapping 2 of your own creatures and bouncing it back to their hand. So you would basically get your Gilded Drake back and just keep on doing that. So, and then you have the luxury of keep on doing that because you would have Awakening. You know? So it's kind of funny how Agent of Treachery takes stuff, and in the format we have Reclamation, but back in the 90s we had Awakening and Gilded Drake, and so it's kind of funny how it kind of comes full circle. So that's really what we went through. So again, I kind of went through all the M21 cards at the beginning of the video, like I said, and then I went through some like MTG history, like I just did right there, and then and then we went through gameplay, and then now we're back here. So, like I said, far as like M21, I think it's going to be worth opening, because like I said, any single time you grab a card that's good in standard, that's going to be good in standard, but is good in modern, it's going to have value, right? It's just going to have value. And so even if you open up an Ugin and you're like, man, I have no, like, you're a standard player, I have no use for this. Well, there's somebody that will in modern, right? It's played in modern, and so you'll like that. So anyway, I think it's going to be a good set. You know, little Teferi card right here. So it's going to be interesting. This is like a mill card, right? So if you can kind of see that there, I think there's like a little bit of a delay, but yeah, so this could be a mill card, which is kind of funny. Teferi's Tutelage. So that's a good card. So I think there's some nice uncommons in the set that we've seen. And I mean, oops, I didn't talk about this one in this video. Ooh. Yeah, I did. Yeah, so whenever, this is the Dryad, and whenever you cast something that's non-green, it gets a +1/+1 counter. So pretty good. It's got some nice uncommons. It's going to be a strong set. Definitely a core set. You know, even if you're into collecting, you know, put a sealed box, you know, in your closet. This might be the core set to do that with, if you're into that stuff. So, yeah. So I'll just rifle through really quick. There's that guy, Torment Priest. Or excuse me, Torment Priest. Gosh, Containment Priest. So this would have stopped Winota and the Fire Luca decks with Agent of Treachery. Unfortunately, the card comes a little bit too late for the format, and so you know, they had to ban Fires and Agent Treachery. So this would have been an answer to the card, if that pops up. So yeah, so this would have been an answer to the Agent Treachery Winota deck, because it's got Flash too, so you could actually react to it on their turn. This would have been the card. It's a 2/2 for 2 Flash. So it's like a 2/2 with a Grafdigger's Cage attached to it. And it certainly would have... had this set got released before the MTGO Open that we played in, which I recommend that you go check out. We start off 3-0 with a white deck, and then we went on a streak of 5-0 with Temur Reclamation. I have 6 hours of it. I live streamed it. I was nervous to do that because people can obviously just watch what you're doing, but I live streamed 8 hours actually footage of the MTG Open. So you can just go ahead and check that out. And if you're questioning why things got banned, then I think you'll figure out why. If you watch that video, you'll probably see why Fires and got banned in Agent Treachery. So that's definitely a card that could have shut that down for sure. And then, you know, I mean, you just start to get some value. So this card to me has really good value because you may play an additional 2 lands, you know, on each of your turns. Now notice how they word that, you know, on each of your turns. And so, you know, alas, what else are they going to drop out, right? So I don't know if there's a little bit of a delay. You know, I'm watching 2 different screens, but so when you look at Azusa, so when you look at her, you know, she's a pretty good card. And then, you know, then you look at, you know, the Teferi. I think this is the one that people were kind of split on, right? When I first went live with this video, I think people were kind of like back and forth with this one in the comment section. So Teferi, Master of Time, was the one I think that was getting some people. And I mean, it's so you look at the card, right, and so you can activate little abilities of Teferi, Master. So it's not all Teferis, it's just this Teferi. Anytime you could play an instant, right? You draw a card, you discard a card. So listen, so this is a very interesting mechanic because this piggybacks on what I was trying to say. So I don't think his value's really in his -3. I think his value is in his +1 because, you know, you can play this anytime. Anytime you can play an instant. And so piggybacking on what I just said with, what was it? This, with Teferi's insight. So if you're looking at that, and I'm sorry if there's like a 3 to 4 second delay, but if you look at that and you say, look at Teferi's Ageless Insight, read that again. If you would draw a card except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So you pair this up with that Teferi, and technically you could untap your land. It's just, so you could untap your land theoretically. You could untap and then draw off the Planeswalker Teferi, draw a card, discard a card, and at that point, you know that you're going to be drawing 2 more cards behind that. So you're actually going to be drawing 3 cards, discarding 1. Like so, and then think about that with Wilderness Reclamation, right? And so now you're just like, you know, maybe this guy should shut up and stop giving people ideas. No, I'm joking, but like you start to look at that and you start to go, okay, that, I mean, it's got, they all have the same curve. They're all 4, right? So you would go back to Wilderness Reclamation and I'm trying to find that in my list of stuff. It's going to be way down. But yeah, you look at that with Wilderness Reclamation. Oops. Yeah. And so you pair those up, and it's that, I mean, what more do you want? You're going to be untapping all your lands. You're going to be drawing 3 cards every turn, discarding 1. Yeah, you're going to have a big, like, but, you know, good luck dropping 2 enchantments and a Planeswalker. I mean, that, you know, but can it be done? There's enough board wipes. You have Flame Sweep. You have Storm's Wrath that deals 4 damage to each creature. So there's enough where I think Temur could work. So that being said, blue-white control would dominate a deck like that. Simic Flash would dominate a deck like that because they just counter it. So just throwing out some ideas. Then, of course, you have the Double Vision card, which, when I looked at it, I'm like, ah. So, yeah. So, basically allows you to copy a sorcery or instant card. And, that... I mean, the card speaks for itself. It's a 5-dropper. It's not legendary. So, I imagine people will start to play with that as well. I don't think it has a place in Limited, but it would have a place in Constructed. So we're seeing that like M20 is a strong set. I mean, it's going to be really, it's almost like it's not going to be a core set. It's going to be like a really good set within itself. But yeah, so the reprints are very strong. Remember in M20 we had reprints of the ley lines, Leyland of Sanctity, Leyland of all the Leyland of the Void, and then Chandra, Planeswalker was the big one. But this is like Ugin, Chandra versus Ugin. I think Ugin wins that battle. Teferi, themed or Chandra theme. I think Teferi wins that one too. So, and then, so it's gonna bring some stuff into here. Ruined Hollow, and it's got value to modern players as well. So I think if you are trying to get into modern, this is a good set to get into because there's good reprints, good, decent, I don't want to say staples in modern, but there's decent cards that you would use in modern in this core set. And conversely, if you know somebody that plays modern and you want to play more standard, I think this has value too. So it's going to have, I think, universally value across the board in different formats, where I think it's going to be a sought-after set, in my opinion. Because, again, you're reprinting this. You basically, you name a card. It's played in Modern. You name a card, you basically get hexproof from it pretty much. So, that's a good one. Unexpectedly, I didn't think I would see, this again. Guys, remember I said I played in 1994. I was a little kid, so. But this one, Grim Tutor, yeah. I mean, it's good. It's really good, considering what you can fetch for in the format. And then let's not forget about this one, because I think, I kind of just grazed over it. And the picture's going to be really bad. Actually, it's in my thumbnail, and the thumbnail picture's better than this one, because I did a 2-hour video this morning. So you can watch these videos, put on replay. I'm pretty talkative, so you don't really have to. You can just kind of listen if you wanted to. But this guy right here is Vito, Thorn of the Dusk Rose. So Scrabble points for that one. So whenever you gain life, your opponent loses that much life. So, so we literally went 3-0, like I said, at the MTG Open last week. We started off 3-0 with a white life gain type of deck, and certainly, yeah, you could drop a black mana, slot this one in there. So that for sure would, don't underestimate this one. It's a 3-dropper. It's it fits right in there with a black-white deck. And then this has got lifelinker, and again there might be a slight delay on here, but again, notice how the cards are worded. They're kind of the first sentence is kind of makes you stop and read it again type of deal. But yeah, whenever an opponent attacks with creatures, so I would just kind of read it as if an opponent attacks with 2 or more creatures, if it attacks you or a planeswalker, you draw a card. Right? So if they're swinging 2 at you or a planeswalker, you're drawing a card. And then whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. So this is like the counterbalance to the Teferi stuff that we saw, right? It's like, okay, if you're going to draw 3 cards and discard a card, then we're going to draw a card and, you know. So there's a lot of value with the lifelink. There's a lot of value with card draw. And, yeah, it's a solid set. And then you forget, you know, some spoilers I didn't really post up, but like, you know, Bane Slayer Angel. Boy, were you guys around for that? Let me. Were you guys around for that? Give me like 1 second here. All right. Okay. So that Bane Slayer Angel. So you see that right there on the screen. It's got flying. It's got first strike. It's got lifelink. It's got protection from demons and drag. Okay, so demons and dragons don't matter, but it does all the little things. It's a 5/5. Is like a jack of all trades. So that's going to be in the deck. I want to say that was 2011 when that was in there. So you know, there's that. I didn't really cover it because it's not really the greatest card there, but anyway, like I said at the beginning of the video, we go over the spoilers really in depthly. We break it down, and then I go over some old school combos, and then again we come back to the gameplay where we just kind of like rip through into diamond status just like pretty quickly. I think we went like 14-4 in the best of 3, so it's all live stream for you. And then also again, feel free to subscribe and on the YouTube channel, and follow me over at Twitch. I'll be giving away arena codes for you guys, so to help you out. Probably give a few out. So if you subscribe here and follow on Twitch, it's 2 clicks. Pretty simple. If not, drop a like in the video, and that's cool too. So I hope this helps people out, but yeah, and then you know, some of the old combos. So if you are really into like MTG, like combo, like history and stuff like that, I would suggest that you watch this video from back to about the middle of it. That's where I'd watch it. If you're more into the gameplay in the new meta with the fires and stuff like that, then I recommend that you watch probably from the middle, or yeah, I'd probably watch like 1/3 in to the end, and I'd probably do that if I were you. So we'll just fire through these really quick for people that just came. There's a Bane Slayer Angel. It's a 5/5. Again, we already went over that. There's that. The Priest basically shuts down people from bringing things in. So I think, you know, it's just, it came a set too late to stop Agent of Treachery and fires. Then, of course, you have Ugin, which is just a dominating planeswalker. 7 loyalty for 8. And it's -10 ability. Draw 7, drop cards out of your hand from onto the battlefield. If that doesn't scream Simic Ramp to you, I don't know what does. We'll be playing with that. I'm not gonna lie to you. We will be playing with that. So if you like that gameplay, yeah. Then again, we have the Teferi Insight. Again, I've highlighted this card quite a bit because I think this thing's going to be really good. Then you have Teferi's Tutelage, the little mill card for 3 mana. And that's 2 colorless, 1 blue. And if you're reading that, when it enters the battlefield, draw a card, discard a card. Notice this theme here. The enchantment. Whenever you draw a card, target opponent mills 2 cards. So, wouldn't that be funny if you saw Teferi's Tutelage with, like, I'm going to build that deck. I have to. Now I have to. Teferi's Tutelage with Teferi's Insight with Wilderness Reclamation. Like, you're going to draw 3 cards every turn, discard a card, and then because you draw 3 cards every turn, you're literally going to mill 6 on your opponent. I don't think the deck would do too hot. I think it'd be kind of crappy. But if that's the focal point of it, but how funny is that? You know? And guys, I did this throughout the video. I kind of like give you ideas, and you can just do whatever you want with it. I'm not going to tell you what's best for you. You know what's best for yourself. So, you know, that's kind of the thing. So that's kind of cool. And then you have this thing, this kitty cat thing. So how I was telling people way earlier, again, we're 3 hours in, and we did a lot of gameplay, and we went over, I showed you combos from Magic the Gathering history that are very similar to what we're in now. And so let me put this little kitty cat, this thing. So you look at this thing, and I said something, and maybe this will hit home with you. So when you're reading this, it says whenever you cast a dog spell. So I understand it looks really weird on the surface, and I'm not gonna lie, it is. When you cast a dog spell, create a 1/1 cat. All right. Whenever you cast a cat spell, create a 1/1 dog. Right. So there's not a lot of dogs in the format, but there's a lot of cats. Right. Cat beast, cat this, cat that. So it's bottom ability is, you know, it deals damage to any target equal to the number of dogs you control. You gain life equal to the number of cats you control. And so the analogy that I came up with was dogs deal damage and cats run with like their tail between their legs and they gain life. You know what I mean? So I think that would be like a nice analogy. I think maybe for some people, I don't know if it's nice or not, but so maybe that's what you can do. But yeah, so there's that card. Let's just get out of that one. You have the Crypt. Pretty self-explanatory. Right. Teferi, Master of Time. We've hammered that already. So you can put that on. You can put on pause. Ruin Halo. Certainly a really good reprint. Then you come down, and you have this one right here. This will be a heavily played uncommon. You know, you cast a white, black, blue, anything besides green. This thing gets +1/+1. Again, you might be on a delay, but it's the Diarad, and just this little thing, and it'll be after the Teferi, it'll be after the Ruined Hollow. But yeah, Ruined Hollow is going to be a good one, and so yeah, so okay. So I'm watching 2 screens, and I think one's on a delay. So this one right here, I mean, it's a good card. I mean, you could definitely. I mean, there's already a deck with like Lyris, where you just load up a creature and you just attack with it. Well, this one it gets +1/+1, so you enchant it. Say like a white green deck. There you go. There's already a really so. Just kind of coming down through here. So you have this one right here. So notice that even the uncommons are, in my opinion, pretty good. But again, that's subjective. So when this enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a creature card with convert mana cost 6 or greater. So aren't you thinking like, wow, perfect time for Agent of Treachery to be banned. It was a great time. Because if it costs 6 or greater, you just reveal it and put it in your hand. Then shuffle your library. Yeah. So, you know, that's a good one. It's a 1/1, but you're not casting it for its 1/1. Then you have Massacre. So Massacre through Magic the Gathering history started in Urza's Destiny. It was 4 mana, and this one's 3. So this is the... Let me back out of here. So... I think caught up to you. Oops. Yeah, so this one, as an additional cost to cast a spell, you just discard a card. It has protection from planeswalkers, like Teferi Time Raveler. And you pay 1, deals 1 damage to, target planeswalker, then, pay 3, and it gains indestructible to end turn. It's a 3 draw. I mean, yeah. So, you're seeing the set. It's pretty much all the way down. It's pretty good. Like, all the way down. And again, there's that one. I think I highlighted that one just recently, but we'll do it again. You can play 2 additional lands on each of your turns. So, do understand that you do have the Teferi that gives you 2 additional turns. If you can make it. If you can make... I mean, that's a heck of a climb. 3 loyalty. You have to get it up to 10. That's a climb. But if you can do it, so you have that. And here's a card, kind of the oddball. It costs 7, so again, it might take some time to catch up to your screen, but I'll keep on talking about it. But this one, Peer into the Abyss. So 4 colorless, 3 black. And target player draws cards equal to half the number of cards in their library. So you might be on a delay. Sorry for that, but it'll catch up. So these are all pretty good cards. Then you have Grim Tutor. And then Liliana, makes her way, down. So she even kind of gets a little highlight there. Let me see if we're on a delay here. Oops. So I can't tell if you're on a delay. I really can't. But yeah, so you have the Liliana. It's pretty straightforward. So she'd probably make a home in Golgari, because if you could bring her down faster, turn 3, like Paradise Druid, Leafkin Druid, I think she'd have a spot there. Just looking at its abilities, I mean, it's yeah, she's pretty straightforward planeswalker. Each player discards a card, so you can get them. I mean, like, if you bring this down turn 3, you're going to pop them. They're going to discard a card. You're going to get them. And then it has self-defense. Target creature gets -X, and where X number of cards you have in your graveyard. And then certainly you get an emblem at the beginning. So, I mean, if you're playing with a monster deck, like even cycling, that one cycler in Ikoria, it's an 8/8. Well, no, it goes back into your library. But if you can cycle a big creature, like there's an 11/11 that you can cycle. Like it's just like a common, I think, in Ikoria. It's like you just cycle it, you can put it in your graveyard, and then you can whip it back in for its -7. So, yeah, Liliana, she can definitely get her -7. I mean, she could definitely get there if you want to ramp her out. Arbor Grazer, or, Paradise Druid, I guess. Just throwing out some ideas. Yeah, we already covered that one. So, and then we'll circle down one last time. Okay, we don't want that one. That one. Let's get rid of Reclamation out of there. Then again, kind of have some old spoilers here from, I think it was Double Vision, Copy, and Instant or Sorcery. I can see some good play. I covered that in another video more extensively, so I won't really hover over that too much. I'll just kind of like leave the card and let you kind of decide what you think that would be good in. But yeah, so so it's copying an instant or sorcery spell, and so you have that with Double Vision. And I was so tired this morning. I was playing versus Fires, and obviously everything got banned, and so yeah, I saw Double Vision when I saw this one. I was like, that's a pretty good card. Because you look at Lucky Clover, right? That copies an adventure, instant, or sorcery, and so these two could have a home with each other, because if you you could double down on Lucky Clover. Like, Lucky Clover could get you through the early game, and then you could just bring this down, the Double Vision, to get you through the latter part of the game. So I think so that might be good. All right, so yeah, and I think that's appearing right now on your screen. And then again, we have this guy, which in the thumbnail, he's got a better picture. So you're probably still on Lucky Clover. I don't know. So I don't know if you're delayed or if it's me. But Vito, Theros of the Dusk Rose is also, it's a good card. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So, life link deck? Anyone? It's like, yeah. And then, yeah, and then we come back to this one, and, so this one's a legendary creature, of course. It's a 2/4, 4-dropper. And just whenever two creatures attack you or a planeswalker, and or you draw a card, right? And then when an opponent casts, so it basically protects against what is going on in the format, I guess, because there's gonna be a lot of drawing, I would presume. So yeah, whenever an opponent casts their second spell each turn, you draw a card. So yeah, so that's, these are all pretty good. And yeah, so that really covers it. And then again, we have the Bane Slayer Angel kind of making her way, but probably less significant. In the format, but yeah, there was a time Baneslayer was, I think it was it 2011, 2012. Yeah, she was considered a really good card. So you have all of those for M21. So what's very interesting is that if this is the beginning of the spoiler for M21, what's to come? Because I'd probably say if you were grabbing a set, that the cards that we just saw alone would be strong. So I think this set's going to have a place for everybody, because the uncommons are really good, that we saw. If you like to draw go, certainly a time to get in to the set. If you're into getting into modern, you have the reprints of Ugin. You have the reprints of the Halo. So, and then I guess if you're really into classical Magic, and you just didn't have a chance to do it because of your age or because of, finances, Grim Tutor. So it's got a little bit of everything, I think. This set's got a little bit of everything. It's going to tailor to people that are a little bit nostalgic. It's going to tailor to people that are into modern. It's going to tailor to people that are in standard. It's going to tailor to people that like lifelink, draw go, combo strategies. So if you think about it, M20 really changed a lot of things because you had Cavalier of Flames, Cavalier of Thorns, you had all the Cavaliers in M20. So think about the decks those impacted, like when Fires of Intervention was running rampant, right? That gave birth to help Simic ramp out, Cavalier of Thorns. So you think of what M20 did, looking back at M20, you look back at what that did, it really helped. A lot of it's in a lot of decks, M20. We just kind of like graze over M20 like it's nothing, but it had a lot of good. I don't think there's like one card in M20 that was like wow, but this M21 has some wow cards. Like you look at it and you're like, okay, Ugin, wow. Grim Tutor, wow. The Teferi stuff, I'm really on that, and I'm not even on the Planeswalker Teferi. I'm on the the Insight, that enchantment. It's not Master in Time. Teferi's Aegis Insight. That's the one I think is going to be. So that one's gonna be really good because, like I said, in all technicality, as I was talking about different combos, you could draw 3 cards and discard 1. If you were to use Teferi's Insight with Teferi, the Planeswalker, with Wilderness Reclamation, you could do it. So every turn, draw 3, discard 1 at the because you could you untap first and you could stop yourself before your draw step, and then you could use Teferi's you'd have Teferi Insight on the battlefield. You'd stop yourself after your untap phase before your draw. You stop, and then you would drop down Teferi Master of Time. So if you had Teferi Master of Time down, so you can play him when any single time you can play an instant spell, right? So when I look at him, I don't see the value of drawing 2, getting 2 turns, because I'm thinking good luck with that. You're going to get it from 3 to 10. That's going to be rough. But I look at the value of it and I say, well, wait a minute. You draw a card, discard a card. Right? So you could stop yourself before your draw phase, play this as an instant because you can, draw a card, discard a card, then when you draw your card during your regular draw phase, then that's when that Insight would kick in, and then you draw 2 cards instead of 1. So in all technicality, you're drawing 3 cards and discarding 1 card. And that's really... I don't know what else more you'd want at that point. But so when I look at that, that's what I think of immediately. But yeah, so I think there's gonna be a lot more combos that kind of come out of that. But those are kind of the combos that I kind of looked at, and maybe you're gonna pick up on something too. So I hope this was all helpful. Again, if you want to subscribe, can go ahead and do that. If you're not familiar with me, like I said, I played since 1994 when I was a little kid. And then, I've seen every decade of the game. And I play in Modern, in real life, and on MTG Online. And then I play in Standard in real life, and I play Standard on MTG Arena, of course. And then also, I am sponsored by Wizards of the Coast, kind of like full disclosure there. My DCI card goes back to 1998, so it's not toot my own horn, it's just to give you perspective. So I don't know. Tell me what you think about the set. What do you think about it? Because it's not what I think about it, it's what you think about it. Because that's the main thing, So those are the revealed spoilers. We did some gameplay to see the new meta, and then I showed you some combos. Again, just Gilded Drake, Trade Wind Rider, and Awakening. So that was a combo back in 1997-ish with Tempest, Stronghold, and Urza Saga. So that's probably regarded as one of the... So I don't think people realize this. There was a thing called mana burn back then. So if any of one of your phases, you had more mana. So like, say right now, you're on your whatever phase. You have 2 floating mana. Who cares, right? Well, back then, you would take 2 damage. So you had to literally account for every mana that you did. Because if you had mana floating, you would take damage for it. It was called mana burn. That's what it was called. It was called mana burn. So, some of these cards are starting to make a little full circle here, because Awakening's kind of similar to Wilderness Reclamation in some facets. If you look at Gilded Drake, you drop it down, you take one of their creatures. Similarities to Agent of Treachery. So it's a stretch, but there's some similarities to it. So it's just kind of funny when you have to understand, I've seen every decade. So when I see a card in my Rolodex, in my brain, I'm able to go, okay, that card reminds me of this, and I can see people playing it like this, because I've already saw some of these mechanisms come into play, right? I've seen so many hands, I've played against so many good people that, that's why I don't fear the top 8. If you go to my channel and just type in top 8, we look to try to beat the top 8. Like on the MTG Open, I didn't play with... I could build Fires. I could have built Winota. I didn't play with that. So, if that's your thing, that's your thing. And again, I'm I don't fit your typical MTG player. I'm not going to lie to you. Like I said, my background's in, pharmacology, occupational therapy, and then, I was in a bodybuilding. So I don't, but I always would play sports, and I had, I had a dumbbell in one hand and a book in another, and I play Magic the Gathering. So that was kind of my thing, and I think it's a great time for you guys to play, because back when I was growing up, it wasn't so popular, like all the Comic-Con stuff and all the things that you see now wasn't that popular. And, now it's kind of trendy, and, as we're just going over some of the stuff, but I think it's a great time for people you're able to express yourself in a way that, when I was playing sports, I mean, it was a little odd to say, hey, you want to go to the gym and then play Magic the Gathering? I mean, it didn't work that way. And so, but, you have MTG Arena, and that's my next point. So, Wizards invited me to, I did early access for Ikoria. Unfortunately, my computer wasn't able to record it, so I'll probably get future invites. And so, in that sense, you can subscribe and stuff like that. But, so, the one thing that I wanted to do is for the MTG community is give a different perspective, because I think you can just hear it in my speech. Maybe I'm just wired differently. I'm just you see my gameplay. I'm just wired a little differently, maybe, and like even my Friday Night Magic that I play with, I play a certain way. I don't really shy away from the competition. I just kind of take it on and I just play with what I'm dealt with, and so just like in anything in life, do the best you can with the best of what you got, because that's the best of what you can do. And, maybe more than ever with everything that's going on in the world, and I'm not going to talk about what's going on in the world, but maybe that's kind of the thing that you got to do, and so, like I've always said in my videos, there's life gained in Magic, but it's not life itself. Play responsibly, and if you want to subscribe, you can learn from my mistakes, or you can learn from something that I do right. Because I'll do both. I'll make mistakes, and I do live stuff, so so I can't hide it. But yeah, I show my wins, I show my losses, and there's no shame in that. And so, just kind of going through everything for you as I'm talking. You probably just be quiet and just show me the cards. But like his yapper never stops. Can you talk all day? Yeah, I can. So but we're kind of scrolling through the cards here, as you can see them. And I'm doing that for you because you can go back in the video when this live stream's over and kind of go over them. So we did this at the beginning of the video, but I'm just kind of just going through things for you. But like I said, what I wanted to bring to the MTG community when I accepted the invite from Wizards was basically the experience that I've had, and also to the different perspective. And what I think is that, and I understand people have different opinions with what's going on with MTG and stuff like that, and but I truly believe if you want change realistically in anything that you do, is you have an opinion, you back it up by facts and or really good experience. It's not screaming, it's not cursing, because that's just screaming and cursing. It's you deliver it and you listen to the other side, and typically you meet in the middle, right? So what I want to do is get feedback as the channel grows, and help relay that into the Discords that I'm in, and also being sponsored by Wizards, and really giving objective things that can be worked on, things that can be done. And that's not a reprint, by the way. That's Swords of Plowshares. I was showing people earlier in my stream, if you see Swords of Plowshares come up, that is not an M21 reprint. I was showing people some old... I was breaking down why, like, Black Lotus back in the day, like, you would empty your hand. Yeah, I was showing people different things. Just go back to when this video is over with, or go to the playback at the beginning of the video. And if you enjoy, like, learning about Magic the Gathering history from a technical, analytical standpoint, and how the cards were really played, then I think that you would enjoy. So Swords of Plowshares, that is not an M21 reprint. That I could argue it should be a reprint, but yeah. So I kind of gave the example if you're just joining. So you see Black Lotus, right? You're like, oh, the card, Black Lotus. Only if we would have known back then what it's worth now. Trust me. So you won't believe this, right? Fact. Nightmare and Shivon Dragon at one point in time were worth more than a Mox. Yeah. So, breathe that in, right? So, yeah, I was telling people, yeah, you can bring down a Black Lotus, and then you could drop down... back then, this was a powerful creature, a 5/5 for 4 mana. It was very powerful. Anything back then that had a greater toughness and power than its mana cost was considered, like, strong. Really, really big. So a 4-dropper for a 5/5 was huge. And so, yeah, you had Black Lotus and stuff, but you weren't dropping down, like you weren't going, oh, I dropped down Black Lotus and I come out and I cast Ugin. You know what I mean? You weren't doing that. There was that didn't exist. So, yeah, some of the cards are powerful, but there's other cards to interact. Anyway, I went on this long thing, and you can check that out. But I just talked about how people can empty their hand, and then all you have to do is use that Swords Plowshares card and just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. So, so I was just kind of talking about that. So those are a lot of the M21 spoilers. Again, we'll just kind of pivot through there. There's a Baneslayer Angel. There's so you can kind of see that right there. It's a 5/5. Pretty good in 2011. Because when dragons were a thing and demons, but they're not now. So it kind of gets its reprint here. I think people would agree maybe on this one. On this priest right here. So this would have been good with fires, right? So, there you go. And, hopefully this has helped you out. And let me see where we're at with everything really quick. All right. But yeah, so hopefully that was helpful to a lot of people, and you can rewatch this and stuff like that. But guys, I've been up for 36 hours, I think, straight. So I hope you guys have a good Friday. If you want to stick around, subscribe. I'll be opening up a box of Ikoria this weekend. So we'll be doing that. Then also, I'll be giving away codes. If you want to subscribe here, follow me on Twitch. Oops, let's not show the Black Lotus, right? Because I don't want to confuse people. Like, what? They reprinted Black Lotus? But yeah, if you want to subscribe, you can go ahead and do that. And follow on Twitch. And so what I do, what's the incentive of doing that? Well, so I'm trying to help people out to build their collections and giving away some MTG Arena codes. And so subscribing and following on Twitch is 2 clicks. And on Twitch, I personally like YouTube better than Twitch. I probably just killed a sponsorship for Twitch ever by saying that, but I think YouTube, you build more of it's more of a community, I think, and I kind of like that. I'm a type of person, I'd rather have, honestly, more subscribers than views. I like interacting. If you can tell, I can ramble. So but yeah, so you just subscribe, go over to Twitch, no big deal. And I can personally give some codes. So it's not like a wild, wild west I put down a code and then, 50 people try to get like 2 codes and then they get sucked up like in like 10 minutes because that's what's happening. So, yep. But anyway, with that being said, I really hope that you enjoy everything. Thank you for watching at any point. Again, recanting. Last time I'll recant. Start off going off M20 into M21 spoilers in detail. Then we went into gameplay. Then we went into M21 spoilers. Then we went into kind of the history of Magic the Gathering, kind of like combos and stuff like that. We went into possible combos for M21, and then we went into gameplay. I don't know what our record was. I think we were like 14-4 or 15-4 in the best of 3. And then I kind of came back to this and probably rambled, and because there's new people coming in, so I'm doing it for the new people that are coming in and coming out. And so I do respect your time. Hopefully you respect mine. If you don't want to subscribe, just drop a like. It helps out. That's it. I mean, I'm pretty straightforward. No big deal. As you can tell, MTG Arena in the background, reset. It's like, you need to restart your arena. Anyway, that is my cue to go. I thank you for watching. Feel free to subscribe and go over to Twitch. You can see it, Derek_Roberts_MTG. Yeah, I don't have really impressive names. It's like just Derek Roberts MTG. So you can go ahead and do that. And that is it. Anyways, the perks of doing that, you get notifications, and you have a greater chance of getting codes. But until next time, I thank you for those that subscribed. Wooten, that subscribed this past week. Droid Labs, Jan, Raphael, of course, you're always in the stream. Aaron, and seriously, another update and good stream. Yeah, Raphael. Yeah, you see, you popped in right at the same time. I don't know if you were in here the whole time or just listening to me ramble. Hey, Raphael, while you're in the stream, I'm gonna shoot you a code, and tell me what comes up with this, because it's just there's a reason why I'm doing it. See if anything comes up. So you're kind of I think everybody's listening to me talk and they're gone. Oh, you were here while washing clothes. Yeah, I think people are just like, can this guy talk from morning to like evening? Can he actually just talk? And it's like, yes, he can. But here's a code, so I want you to be ready for it. So tell me what you get out of that one. And I'm just kind of curious. And then for those just joining, yeah. So for those that are just joining, there's a couple more. Yeah, I mean, so that's why I like doing gameplay and talking at the same time. Oh, you gotta download it. Okay. Yeah, because that's why I like doing gameplay and I like talking at the same time. I like doing things live, Raphael, because it's some people just like to listen, and since some people are they're visual. So plus, like I said, I spoke about human physiology at already redeemed. Oh, that sucks. It's so fast. So there's somebody else that came in. Yeah, and see, that's I don't. So I don't know if I didn't give out these codes before. Yeah. That's the thing, and that's why I was telling people like subscribe here, but that's why I've been enticing people like subscribe and also follow on Twitch, because I think what I'm gonna start doing is once a week. Because on Twitch you can message people. I don't think people kind of know that part, but you can. In a weird way. So And also, the second thing I don't know what people realize is that there's an influx of people on this channel. Like the past couple weeks, there's been a lot more people on the channel subscribed. I was like rattling off a list of people, but what a lot of people don't know is that I can't see a lot of people because they're privately subscribed. And so if I can't see you, I don't know that you exist, right? And I totally am cool with private subscription because that's. But the thing about it is that when you're doing stuff like this, right, with codes, you just don't know if the person's subscribed or not. So what I've told people is subscribe and also follow on Twitch, because I think what I'm going to be doing when Twitch stops putting me into the bodybuilding category and actually puts me in the Magic the Gathering category. That's the thing, Raphael, when you were going to Twitch, it was live on my channel, but it wasn't going to the Magic the Gathering live area because they kept on slamming my video into other categories. I'm like, no, it's not bodybuilding. It's Magic the Gathering. So, the thing about it is that, I'm thinking what I'm going to do to streamline it. I had two options, right? I could do. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you appreciate it, Raphael. Like when people talk about things, because it gives you insight. But what I had a couple options. I was like, I could do a Patreon thing that's really tiny, and part of that's giving away codes, or I can simply just have people subscribe to YouTube and then follow on Twitch. And that way, if you're on Twitch, I might do some gameplay. Just like we are here on YouTube. But, Twitch, I can randomly just go, okay, and personally just message people, like a code. YouTube, I mean, these codes last I think the longest one I had out there was 10 minutes. I think it was like you and that was another subscriber. It was like Blah, whatever. Their name's like Blah. I think their name is Blah. No offense. It's their name, username. But yeah, I think the longest that during that live stream, I think that was the longest a code ever lasted. It was like 10 minutes. I think that was the longest I've seen a code last. So I'm trying to streamline it so better that it can be where it's really randomized and it's a lot better streamlined, and that can be done on Twitch. So that's why I encourage people to subscribe and also follow, because I'll be doing that for people that subscribe and follow. And it's just 2 clicks. It's 2 simple clicks, but you have to like gameplay, right? So that's kind of the thing on that one. But yeah, so that's been taken. So that's been redeemed. I'm trying to think here. I'm going to end. Yeah, Raphael, you're gonna like being subscribed to me. I just got an email from yeah. I just so let me see here for a second. Let me see here. Yeah, Twitch. I like YouTube more than Twitch, and I probably, like I said, I probably would ever blow a sponsorship with Twitch, but Twitch has a lot more flexibility. It's more flexible. It's And it makes sense because it's designed to be that way. It's designed to be more interactive. Let's see here. So I'm going to try to drop a code down. Okay, what is it? So, and see if this is taken or not. I guess I have to jump back in. And there's probably people going, what is he even talking about? Yeah, and so, yeah, if you see that, Raphael, tell me what that says. But, yeah, M21 looks like a strong set. Again, it's a strong set, so, I mean, what we've seen of it so far. So, as far as the spoilers go, so I think it's a good set, and I think it's a good time to be on Arena as well, for MTG Arena. So, but yeah, as far as Raphael Twitch, yeah, I noticed that too on Twitch. It's kind of the resolutions hit or miss, but that's. That one gave you probable allowance? Okay. Yeah, so this is why I was like telling people, yeah, so what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start dropping codes over into Twitch. And again, my Twitch is in my description and or my comments. I mean, I can actually just put it in the comments right now. Yeah, but with Raphael, what he's trying to say is that Twitch is not at, Twitch is maybe not as sharp, right? As everything. But it's not a link, huh? But yeah, so the link is in the description. So you subscribe over here, follow on Twitch, and I'm going to start doing a live stream on Twitch. And just like I'm doing here, but I'm also going to make it randomized to where I can personally message you on Twitch a code that you personally can only use, right? So that's yours. And you could type in the code whenever you want to. You can type it in at 1 o'clock in the morning. Well, so Raphael, yeah, you comment on the Twitch. So basically, how things work. Try to see if Twitch will allow for the quality section up to 360p. So are you saying it's not? Are you saying that the Twitch streams are less quality than YouTube, or are you saying that the Twitch is better? My personal opinion, I think YouTube's better. Actually, I went to Twitch on somebody other's channel. I kind of felt bad, because you had a bunch of people at the top. And you have some people that are like at the bottom, very, very bottom of Twitch that are doing Magic the Gathering, and I mean, you know, they're pretty good at it. Oh, so wait, are you saying so Twitch is good? You need to have the availability of lowering the quality of the streaming. Oh, why do you have to lower it? Like, are you only able to watch something like, say, in 720 and it's shooting in 1080, or are you saying it's vice versa? Like, you're trying to watch it in 1080 and it's only going 720. Oh, your data speed. Yeah. So, you know, this is the thing also about tech. You know, my background's obviously it's in you know, health sciences, but in weight training and stuff like that. But you know, so somebody can have a input. So whatever I'm doing right now. So like my computer right now, oh, you only have 5 megabytes. Is that your download speed? Megabytes per second? Yeah, Ralph, some people are going to beat you on those codes. how did you beat some people on those codes? I'm just joking with you, but yeah, what somebody does, so you could have like a really kick butt computer, right? And that's not going to matter. Like, so my computer, it could, so like what I did, Raphael, the one time I did a stream on Mixer, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, all at the same time. Now, did MTG Arena like me for doing that? No, it crashed after about an hour. This morning when I did the live stream, right, for 2 hours, I was covering M21 and then we did gameplay. You know, my computer, because, you know, what I just did in this live stream, I was doing gameplay and showing spoilers at the same time. And that puts a lot on the computer. I mean, it's just, you have to have a certain type of computer to be able to do that. But it doesn't matter what I put out. So if I put out 4K resolution and I'm throwing out 4K resolution, say, and my computer is just going like 4.0 gigahertz, you know, speed, and, you know, I can overclock it and stuff like that. None of that matters, really, at the end of the day, because honestly, I mean, it does for what I'm able to do. But from your perspective, Raphael, what's happening is that it doesn't matter what somebody, if they're shooting, if they're doing 4K, it's gonna, if somebody's shooting in 100 frames per second, that doesn't matter. It's what your thing's able to do. You know, so more like 10 seconds. Yeah, so it's just, that's the way it is. Nirkno, I'm butchering your name. Or my sleep 93. Nirknu 93. Are you saying 10 seconds? I can't shut my mouth, or 10 seconds internet delay speed. But yeah, Twitch. I noticed, like, I had to tell one streamer, like I try to get a streamer to, I was trying to help out a streamer get higher ranked on Twitch, because I saw what was at the top of Twitch, and like, they don't care. They're smoking on camera, they're eating nachos, they're belching, and it's like, you're on top of Twitch, because, you know, I can't say the reasons why, but it'd be obvious. So it's like, you're on top of Twitch, and then here's this guy who's, you know, who would kill to have 10% of that audience. That would kill. And so I went to their Twitch, and I kept on talking in their chat. I kept on trying to boost up their ranking, and we got them up a few pegs, because sometimes, you know, people like me, I talk, but sometimes people don't. You know, when they're doing their gameplay, they're just kind of like, here's a card. It's a Baneslayer Angel. It's a 5/5. It has first strike. You know, so like the thing about it is there's nothing wrong with that. It's just sometimes it takes a little like push, like a little oomph to get them to get excited. And there's one guy that's streaming, he's doing standard, right? And he should be doing legacy, because every single time I brought up like an older card, he got excited and he started talking about it like crazy. And I'm thinking in my head, like, this guy really needs, because he's more of like a laid back kind of like commander player type of thing. You know, like where me, I wouldn't fit in a commander setting. Like I'm high speed, like I'm just a motor mouth. I like, you know, I have 2 speeds, on or off. You know, I'm studying my brains out or weight training like crazy, or I'm just doing nothing, right? Like, so if we do it, we're going to do it. If we're not, we're not. But like, there's certain personalities that, like, there's certain people that would just not like my personality at all, and I get that. So, but I went to this guy's Twitch, and he, you know, I started talking about legacy, and I'm like, man, that's his thing. Like, he should talk about that. He's in standard, and he, you know, he's talking about like old school Magic. He needs to be doing that, because he's knowledgeable. He's got as much knowledge as I do, with legacy, and you know, so it's come. I only beat people at codes due to leaving arena at the redeem code screen. Well, that's a good method, I guess. Right? Raphael's like, yeah, I bookmark it. But so that's the thing with Twitch, is what I'm getting at. Long-winded way is it's easier to deliver codes, and it's a little bit more personal. YouTube, in my opinion, if you look at YouTube and where it's going, I can actually talk about something because I'm not talking about Magic the Gathering. So that's where I'm sponsored. I can't talk about certain, but I just got an email and I'm like, oh, I got excited, but I can't talk about it because I can't. But so with I forget what I was talking about, but I don't know, like, just with YouTube, the way YouTube, the way it's going, if you look at it, like, if you notice, it's kind of starting to become like cable, really. Oh, you're playing ramp. Are you playing Bant ramp or like Simic? All right, you're playing Bant. You're playing ramp. So, are you playing Simic? Or Bant? Yeah. So if you're dedicated to Bant, you know, Raphael, that's one thing that we didn't see too much of was Bant. Simic. Yeah, but I think Simic's going to make a comeback, right? Because you look at a card like Ugin. You know, now I'm starting to look at these cards from M21 now that I'm not, like, doing gameplay plus trying to watch everything and then putting things up on the screen. Yeah, so with Ugin, but you know, Elspeth Conqueror's Death would just eliminate a lot of these. I think Elspeth Conqueror's Death, if I was a betting man, And if I said, well, what card would go up as a result of M21? Because you look at like Ugin, right? It's an 8-dropper. You look at this Teferi's Insight, which I've been harping on quite a bit because you can literally, with the Teferi, the new Teferi in this, the Insight, and I think there's a delay on here, Raphael. I think I'm talking about Teferi's Insight, and are you still seeing Ugin? Yeah, the with the Insight, with this card that I'm showing, where you draw a card, but you draw. Okay, yeah. So there's a delay. So yeah, there's like there's got to be about a 5 or 6 second delay because So Insight. So tell me, like, I'm on for a great example. So I'm talking about Insight now, but I just clicked. Let's see. I just clicked over right now to Teferi Master of Time. I don't know if you see that right now as I'm talking. I just clicked right over. So, but with the Insight and the Teferi, it's set up. Okay. So when you see the Teferi, and he can just go instant speed, draw a card, discard a card. So you grab that, right? I think I said this, but you grab that on your draw step. So you stop your game on the draw step. You untap first before you draw. So like if you play in a tournament in real life, and of course I think you said you played back in the day. So you just untap before you draw. Technically, you untap before you draw. So you untap, and then you could play this trigger as an instant, draw a card, discard a card, and then when you draw your regular card on your draw step, you could actually drop down the Insight, which is right here, and the Insight says that when you draw additional cards, so you'll be pumping out 2 more additional cards. So like let me go to the so if you would draw a card except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So I'm thinking there's going to be some weird synergy interaction between those 2 cards, where you're able to just draw whenever you want to, type of thing, and you can get really good value. Big value. Because you'd be drawing 3 cards, discarding 1 every turn. A full cycle, your turn including your opponent's, but that's a big advantage. 3 you draw 3, discard 1, with the Insight, and then the so I think, my personal opinion, I think that this Planeswalker is being viewed for like phasing out at -3 or get 2 turns. I just don't see in this meta how you can grab 3 and grab Teferi and make them 10 on a 4 draw. I just don't see how you can do it with so many people now. Like, you have Questing Beast, Shifting Ceratops, you have counter spells. Like, I just don't know how you'd be able to hold a Planeswalker for that long and then get it off. But what I think people are missing is just his passive ability and his +1, because you can draw the card any single time, and then you have that Insight, so then you can, you have 3. You can manipulate the way that you draw cards, kind of. So I think that's kind of the deal there with that, maybe. Because no, it's not that one. It's not that one either. But I think I'm going to make a mill deck too. I think I'm just going to make a fun mill deck. I think that'll be, it'll suck, but it's about having fun. Like when I do M21, it's going to be about having fun. It's not going to be like today I just went full competitive. Like, you know, we're already in a diamond status already. Like we just blew through I'm surprised the GRUUl deck did so good. Like, I mean, I knew it was like a top 8 deck, but I didn't think it was going to be a top. Like, we just manhandled. I mean, we just cardboard handled. It just, I was able to do spoilers while playing in the best of 3. And break down gameplay at the same time. So, with 36 hours of no sleep straight. So, yeah, you just, like, Ugin can, I just don't see where Teferi can stay on the board that long. I massacred people and talked at the same time. Yeah, you know, I like to give respect to the opponents. There's actually, I have to be honest with you, Raphael. I actually beat one of the developers of the game, and I caught it on live stream, and their username, was about somebody else, right? It was kind of like a joke. And I didn't show that footage because I didn't want to be, you know, disrespectful. But yeah, like we beat arena team members, like at the diamond level, yeah, it's out of respect. And, you know, when you're getting sponsored by Wizards, you don't want to grab one of their employees and say, hey, by the way, this is what I here's footage of what we've done. Yeah, it's out of respect a little. Yeah, I mean, it's there, but sometimes, you know, you have to show stuff because it's just the way it is. But there's a lot of matches where, like, I played the 134th ranked player and we beat him, you know, just lined up and just, but I just never, I have a terabyte, like I have a terabyte on my other computer of just videos of just MTG, and I couldn't possibly upload a terabyte onto YouTube, you know. I don't want to be one of those, like, YouTubers that, like, the notifications are going off 3 to 4 times a day. I don't, and if you do that, and it's not, if somebody does do that, I'm not picking on them because I'm not thinking about anybody in particular. But if you do that, I think the quality goes down, and I like to provide quality over quantity type of thing. So, and I'm just kind of going over the M21 cards because there's probably some people in here going, does this guy ever shut up? But I like talking to people that are in the chat. But but we were able to do gameplay. Like, it was kind of weird. I was doing the best of 3, then I'm also doing, like, our GRUUl deck just did so good. Like, it's like, okay, all right, yeah, we did this. All right, so back to the spoilers. You know, and that's why my computer crashed, Raphael, earlier, because I was doing too much, and even with my computer being what it is, my computer is like, you know what, screw you. You're done. Clonk. That's when I was going over like Magic the Gathering history combos, like when I was doing like the Black Lotus and stuff like that, and you know, I was kind of like going, you know, like I was showing combos and stuff like that. Yeah, M20 is going to be good for. Yeah, I agree, Raphael. It's going to be good for Simic. Flash. Yeah, Flash. Yeah. Yeah, Flash decks. Yeah. Well, now somebody that comes up with a combo with this thing, that's going to be impressive. It's a so you draw cards equal to half the number of cards in your library, then lose half your life, rounded up each time. So, like, you're going to cast, like, 3 of these, right? But, I think some Grim Tutor, that's going to shape up well. And you're thinking, so you want to go back to a red card that did 7 damage and destroys lands. Back in the day, or currently? I can't remember something that did 7 damage. I remember, like, if you remember, Fork and Channel, kind of like the old school, they try to kill you like in 5 or 6 turns. Back in the day. I don't know, Raphael. See, there's a time gap. So I played from 94 to 2004, and then okay, that's where I was starting to go through like some of the old stuff, like Black Lotus. Yeah, I was trying to show people earlier that you know, you could drop down a Black Lotus and a land and sacrifice it and bring out like Jazam Djinn, but you empty your hand, and all somebody had to do is like, okay, well, we'll take care of that. But I might have missed the era that you played in, Raphael. I might have missed it. Because I played 94, 2004. Then I came back in 2011. I remember Karn Liberated, Iona, all the mirror creatures, and I remember my buddy was he's like, he was describing a planeswalker to me over the phone, because you know I left the game in 2004, right? So I played a decade and I left, and so I get back in 2011. Oh yeah, I missed your time, Raph. Yeah, I missed it. I missed that period. But when I came back in 2011, people were like, "That's not." I got to start showing this. Yeah. So, but when I came back in 2011, my buddy was on the phone with me trying to describe a planeswalker. He's like, "Bro, you won't believe this. There's a player in the game that's not a player." I was like, there's a player in the game that's not a player. Is there a ghost? Like, what are you talking about? It took him 2.5 hours over the phone to describe to me what a planeswalker was. I'm like, why didn't you just say it's like a card on the battlefield that's like, I guess it's hard to explain to somebody that's never played with a planeswalker. But yeah. So when I came back in 2011, I saw Karn Liberated, and I said, hey man, I think this one's going to be good. So I ended up keeping the Karn Liberateds, and I'm glad I did, because it went from like a $9 card to like 50. So it was Iona, Karn Liberated, and like Myr, like Myr, M-Y-R creatures when I came back in 2011. Then I started playing in the Pro Tour qualifiers on MTG Online. Not MTG Arena, but MTG Online for Modern. I was actually in 5th place. Last round, I lose. And I fall out of the top 8. That sucked. But speaking of Modern, that's a good card for Modern. Yeah, I think M20 is going to be a really good set, too, because it's got value. Like, I think this is going to be where you open it. Like, I know we're going to be opening this up on this channel, M21. One thing, since I played for so long, I don't have to worry about, like, we have a local game store, and so the owner's been there since I was a little kid. Like when I go to 1994, when I was like, because our parents would grab all of our kit, like give us like we'd all have like a $10 bill, right? And basically the local game store was like our babysitter. You know, they asked me a question, and did you play on the time of the animated lands? So animated lands, like, so do you mean like are you talking about like creature lands, like Treetop Village? You turn those into like 3/3 creatures. Actually, people also another topic about a side note about the topic of net decking. You're like, oh, somebody is sponsored by Wizards has said the word net deck. Yeah, so animated lands, yeah, like Treetop Village, yeah. I remember that. That was Urza's Legacy, I believe. So, yeah, so people don't realize that Magic the Gathering... Oh, Zendikar. Well, so, creature lands... Yeah, so there's, I know, like, 2016-ish, like, Creeping Tar Pit... that type of stuff. Then I know, like, you had Mishra's Factory, of course, back in the day. Then you had Treetop Village and Urza's Legacy. Then you had something Outpost. It was like a $15 card back in the 90s. Caldarian Outpost. You created a 1/1 token. And everybody freaked out about that. Like, oh, you can grab a land and make a 1/1 creature. Yeah. Oops. But I think this set is really gonna like nostalgic people too, like Grim Tutor. It's gonna bring back some nostalgia, but it's gonna have like a lot of value. I think people can open up this box and you're gonna have value because it's just a lot of you have modern cards, you have nostalgia, and then of course you have strong standard. So it's from the and this is just what we've seen. I mean, we got what? Probably like a week and a half of this. So but yeah. But yeah, I remember those lands. I think one of the greatest times, I think, so, like, if you go and type in, it's probably on Google, if you go type in, 1999, it was either in Chicago or Pittsburgh. What people don't realize is that, they would film the matches back then. So they were on TV. So like people that talk about net decking, well, you've been able to see what people play with if you owned a television, and back then I guess a VCR, because you could just record it and then play it back and see what the person played with, because they would put Magic the Gathering, the tournaments, and the commentators back then would, if you look at those matches, the crowd could hear the commentators, what they were saying. So I think it was in 1999. Oh gosh, this would be a tough YouTube search. But I type in 1999 Necropotence, right? So there's this guy playing with Necropotence. I don't know if you remember that card or if you even know what that is. But he was playing with Necropotence, and he just kept on just fumbling, just making one error after another error. And the announcers were starting to like pick up on that. So they were talking to the crowd. So the crowd starts laughing. The crowd just starts bursting laughing, right? During the commentary. And his opponent said, well, either one of two things happened. You drew a really good card, or you screwed up. He goes, it's one of the two. And so, but if you look back into that gameplay, they went deep into that like the camera angles were like in that person's hand. So you were able to see like that person's hand, and those announcers would openly talk about their sideboard and stuff like that. And it was up to the crowd to kind of like keep it down. Now, it's all different, but I remember, being, a kid watching that type of stuff, and yeah, you could, I mean, watching people's gameplay has always been around since like 1997. So whether you're watching a streamer and you get good ideas from them, or you're watching a tournament and you get ideas from them, I mean, it's been happening since 1997. So I don't see the arguments that people make with the from that perspective, because okay, so yeah, Celestial Call, yeah, yeah, I mean, yeah, so like far as the Celestial Colonnade, yeah, so yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, it's a 4/4. It's like blue. Yeah, it's like, yeah, they reprinted that card. So by the time I came back, they reprinted that thing. Yeah, I mean, to me, Raphael, again, this is not like an opinion of Wizards. It has nothing to do with me being sponsored with Wizards, just off the side. I mean, look, I wish I had a time machine and I could go back 5 or 6 years ago and, invest in Bitcoin, right? I mean, look at just like 6 weeks ago, Tesla was sitting at like 350, and then it like doubled itself, right? So in the stock market, I mean, and what I'm getting at is that I think people want it to be the 1990s again. You know, they want Magic to be like the 90s. You know, and I get that. Like, they want it to be like the 1990s, right? You know, the local game store and how that was in the 90s and stuff like that. But, you know, if we were all stuck in the 90s, we'd have pagers and not cell phones. You know, there's no YouTube. There's no Facebook. There's no MySpace. There's no Twitch. There's no, you know, there's none of that. And so my thing is that, you know, it's not 1990 anymore. It's 2020. And, you know, my opinion is Wizards is doing a heck of a job, and this is outside of me being sponsored. They're doing a heck of a job trying to balance out what is today and still supporting the back end of what was. And what it'll still continue to be, but I mean, there's no question. You know, you're able to play Magic the Gathering anytime you want. It could be 3 o'clock in the morning. I mean, I played on Twitch with somebody that you know, I speak a little German. I took 3 years of German, so you know, somebody that was German. You know, I've played against. So it allows you to do that. It allows you the freedom to do that, and I think MTG Arena allows you to do that. And I think on a weird level, it also allows you to, you know, a lot of people, you know, go through a lot of things in life, and you know, not a lot of people want to jump in the gym and, you know, lift weights and weight train, and not a lot of people want to, you know, people handle things differently. And so I think sometimes people come to Magic the Gathering just to get away from stress and to get away from things, and use it as like kind of like a distractor, right? So like that's, you know, and that can help people through tough times. I remember like 6 months ago, I was at the local game store and I was playing Friday Night Magic, and you know, some guy walks in, and you can tell like some social awkwardness immediately from the person, and so I just start talking how I normally do. You know, I don't shut up. So I'm talking during our match, saying, "Hey, how you going? You know, welcome. You know," and he literally just like flat out just looked at me and goes, "You know, I'm here because I have social anxiety disorder, and I'm trying to overcome it, and I really don't fit in anywhere else, and I just decided to come in here and you know, see what it's like." And so my opinion is, you know, in that situation, you know, I have 3 options. I can look at him and say, "Hey, you know, I could tell jokes all day," or I can look at that and say, "Hey, here's an individual that really uses Magic the Gathering as in a weird about fashion, uses it as a distractor, and to avoid social anxiety disorder." And I had a buddy that when I went out, you know, I didn't realize how bad people had it with social anxiety disorder, but my buddy had it. I never knew, and that's why he's like, yeah, he's like, that's the reason why when I went, you know, when I always went out, I always called you, because, you know, you can introduce yourself to 10,000 people. You don't shut up. He's like, but me, he goes, like, I can't. He goes, so I hide behind you, and then, you know, And so, yeah, I never knew it though. But when he started telling me what he was going through and stuff like that, I like in detail, which I won't say on YouTube, it really affected his whole entire, like, how he studied, how he went to class, like everything, every part of his life was just impacted at every level. And I was like, okay, so I think Magic the Gathering brings that out in people as well. It can be used as that. So that's why I try to focus on like more of the solution part of the side of MTG. Because I guess the optics that I just seen it in, maybe it's because I was, study healthcare. Maybe it's because, life experience, or I was young enough to get into the game where I can, I don't know what it is, but yeah, as far as the net decking, yeah, I mean, like I said, you're able to see footage in 1997. They were doing matches in 97. In fact, how extended, which is like current day's Pioneer, kind of, how that got started is that a lot of the guys that played in 94, 95 wanted to keep, like, so there's collectors and then there's people that want to play with their collection, right? And so there was people that wanted to keep their old cards but still. And guys, as I'm yabbering my mouth off because there's new people coming in and out, I'm doing this, I'm rotating this for you. I'm kind of talking to the stream, but if you want more of a breakdown detail, go to the beginning of the video because I do everything, like I talk about each card, I break it down, but and then I show you combos and stuff like that, like you've been studying since medicine since you were 17 in college, and even managed to play both MTG and Yu-Gi-Oh back in those days. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people do have issues, with social events because of anxiety. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I agree. Well, because I made a video, Raphael, like earlier. Well, it's in the comment section, but there was a video from a while ago, and I mentioned something in a video. I just said, and somebody wrote something in the comment section, and something I said kind of hit home. Yeah. And like I said, it's a card game. Like, everybody handles stress differently, like, so not everybody, like I said, I don't sit here and say, well, so games like MTG are very, yeah, I mean, they're good in a sense. You're right. I agree with that. Because, like, it's not about, to me, there's, so I understand how people can get frustrated with the game. Because the game can be played how you want it to be played. It can be played at a competitive level. And trust me, there's times where, I'm playing, I'm like, really, Shuffler, we're going to get 7 land in a row. Like, this is not mathematically possible, right? I did the math, because I'm like, okay, there's this amount of land in the deck, so that's, 40% of the deck is land. And so if I keep a 2-land hand, the odds of me drawing a land by turn 3 is about 120%. And then there's times where you get like 8 turns of nothing. You just keep on getting cards but no land. And, there's times you're like, okay, well, that doesn't line up, does it? But, at the same time, I'd rather focus on solutions instead of don't want to say excuses, but like, you know, like fires intervention, right? We went after, like I did a whole series on fires. Well, you can, I mean, I had my opinions about fires. I kind of kept them to myself, but it's like, okay, we'll just play it, right? We'll play versus the deck and we'll figure it out. And that's what created the fire series, you know, with the GRUUl. And then, you know, I did the same thing with Simic Ramp. I was like, well, let's turn Simic Ramp into, you know, let's try to morph it. So, or you could focus on the other side of things and say, well, you know, so I mean, I get both sides. So I mean, I don't know, but like I'm just all for people being, you know, a better version of what they are, and whatever that is. I don't care if it's just being a father. I mean, I don't have kids or anything, but if it's just being a father, if that's what they're doing right now, you know, people are getting laid off. Then I want them to be the best of that. If it's just somebody, you know, being able to you know, a 55-year-old grandma being able to pick up their kid or pick up their grandkid from, pick them off the floor, you know, in weight training. I remember I was in a gym, I was helping train my buddy, and there was a guy that was, you know, just shredded and had veins sticking out, like just literally a walking, I can't say it on the channel, but he was doing stuff probably on the side to get that physique. So, you know, so I went down to reach for the lower weights, you know. It was a 10-pound weight on the floor. And this guy, who was big and muscular and, you know, way bigger than me, and he couldn't reach down to pick up a 10-pound plate because his shoulder was so messed up. But the guy could bench press 400 pounds. So the guy can bench 400, but he can't pick a 10-pound plate off the floor. And what's I tell you? You know, you don't... So I was trying to tell my buddy, I said, look, that's an example. The guy can bench 400, but he can't pick up a 10-pound plate off the floor, which means he can't pick up his kids. He can't pick up, you know, it's not functional, right? So I was like, you know, you really want to think about that, the long term. I like how you slid in that joke there, Raph. I can't repeat it, but I like how you, I like how you slid that in there. I mean, that's cool. You have kids. That's, you know. I mean, and I know there's new viewers that are perking in. They're probably like, what is this guy doing? He's showing me Ugin, and he's talking about some... What is he talking about? But, yeah, guys, you'll see that at the beginning of the video. I go into depth. Yeah, because I'm seeing people pop in, pop out, like, what the is he talking about? But yeah, so guys, at the beginning of the video, I go through all the spoilers. So I'm rotating them as I'm talking to the stream now. But I go through everything in detail. I show you combos, and then I show you some old school combos if you like MTG history. And then we do gameplay, and I think in the best of 3, we went like 15-4. I'm not joking. We like literally went through entire platinum status into diamond, and it just got to the point where I just stopped. I guess we could have went to Mythic at the rate we were going, but I just stopped, and I went through everything. But yeah, Chandra, I'll probably do, well, yeah, so I haven't seen it. Well, I've obviously been doing the live stream for a while, so I haven't got to that. I mean, I know, like, let me see here. Yeah, I couldn't tell you on that one. I don't know how strong Chandra would be represented. But yeah, I think that's the combo right there. Master of Time. The Teferi Master of Time with was it the Insight? Which is right there. But yeah, I'm gonna try to open up a box of Ikoria. I keep on saying that, but I'm gonna try to do that. So for the Teferi. Yeah, some people are split on that one, the Teferi. Now, how about this, Raphael? How's this sit with you? The I've covered this one, the Containment Priest. So when does M20 come live on Arena? You know, I don't have the exact answer. I don't know. End of June. But wouldn't this card, Containment Priest, like, been good? Like I know people are going to look at this card and be like, this was printed a set too late. Wouldn't this been good versus Winota? And wouldn't this been good versus, like, Luca and Agent of Treachery? This, like, card was, like, designed for that, right? Just, you flash it in and they can't retrieve anything. As soon as I seen this, I was like, ah. You know, and this card shuts out the Containment Priest. It shuts out yeah, I would have shut that out. All right, well, so, all right, Raphael, we're just gonna do this live. All right, if it does it on me again, then it does it. All right, so here we go. Yeah, it should have been the Winota Breaker. Yeah, I would have stopped the Agent Treachery. All right, so here we go. new spoilers. I'm just going to do what I did earlier this morning and just do it live. Why not? If my computer crashes, it's because I'm trying to do too much and MTG Arena doesn't like me. No, I'm just joking. So you asked about the Chandra. I'm just going to... You want to talk about winging it? I'm literally uploading... as I'm talking, I'm literally filing everything as we're talking, and you're going to start to see it right there. All right, so boom, right over that. All right, I have to position it. My computer's not going to like me. All right, so on the screen, you see Chandra Flames Catalyst. So we got our 6-dropper right there. So let's look at her. So she's got 5 loyalty. She's a 6-dropper. I'm seeing this as you're seeing it, so I'm just winging it. So Chandra Flames Catalyst deals 3 damage to each opponent. That's pretty strong. You may cast... So it says you may cast target red instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it. Okay, that makes sense. So it's kind of like Chandra Torch of Defiance in that type of way, except instead of the top of your library, it's like your graveyard, I guess. But instant or sorcery. Then you discard your hand, draw 7 cards until end of turn. You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana costs. Oh, that's going to be played. Oh, yeah. Like Temur Ramp? Like, I'm going to put a Growth Spiral in my graveyard. I'm going to recast it. I'm going to -2 recast. I'm like I think, yeah, that's going to be done. I think it's a fair Planeswalker. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair one. All right. Let me take... Yeah, so let me take this one down. And then let me take this guy down. Oh, wow, I got too much going on my computer. I'm like, wow, okay. I think my computer's like flicking me off, right? So there's a green Planeswalker that just hit. Oops. Nope. Let's see that. All right, so trying to make this bigger, guys. I'm doing this live, so you know you're gonna get real stuff. All right, so yeah, so this Planeswalker right here is you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it into your hand. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your library. Notice these are 6, right? Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target to another creature. So it's kind of like Domri's Ambush without the +1/+1. And then until end of turn, creatures you control gain. You may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it were blocked. Yeah. So that's GRUUl. The new GRUUl. Yeah, I mean it's a 6 mana. It's I mean that's what M20 kind of had, right? That was like the theme of M20. So um yeah, so there's definitely a 6 mana theme going on. Um oh oh wow. Okay. Let me take that away. And let me just do one more. This guy is he's gonna see some play. Okay, that's that. Okay, this guy right here. So this guy. He's a 5/4 flyer for 3. So it can't attack unless you control 4 more artifacts, but at the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died this turn. Create a treasure token for each non-creature. Yeah. So that one's a big boy. He can still block. That one's a big boy, for sure. Yeah. And the reason why I have these pauses is because yeah, that's a big boy. This. All right, Raph. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna wrap this up. It's like but this thing is really crazy. I'm gonna have to do Yeah, no problem, Raphael. Yeah, thanks for coming into the chat. This thing's crazy. I'm joking, but this thing's wicked. But I'm gonna make a But yeah, thanks Raphael for coming. Anybody else that did too as well. I'll do another video. It's not gonna be long like this. I'd never intended this to be this long. But we'll do other spoilers as well tomorrow, and I'll blow through them pretty quickly. I'll spend enough time on them, but I'll also move through it like a little bit more quickly. And so if because I just watched on my live stream ticker, and I've been live streaming for almost 6 hours now, and so here's the thing. So if you're just watching this, there's been a few new drops, obviously, since I started the stream. This is one of them. It's chromatic query. So basically, if you look at it, it's 7 generic, whatever you want it to be. You can spend mana as though it were mana of any color. That's its passive ability. Once it's on the battlefield, it's a legendary artifact. You can tap it, and you literally can add 5 colorless mana to your mana pool. You can pay 5 and tap it. Draw a card for each color among permanents you control. Now, I'm piggybacking on that because, so you see that, right? And so you have that. And so I would not be shocked if we start to see more artifacts being spoiled because, right behind it's this. So you have a 5/4 flying dragon. Now, things are starting to make sense as the spoilers are starting to leak because, and again, thank you, Raphael, for coming, and yeah, thanks for watching and kind of sticking through. And certainly have a good day at work. This thing is a dragon. And we kind of wondered, okay, why are they doing Baneslayer? And it's like, oh, it's got protection from dragons. It's white. And this is red. And it's a dragon. Then you're like, okay, this involves artifacts. And then you see this thing being dropped. It's like, oh, yeah, that's pretty big. What colors could you see running these things, running this? I mean, Temur reclamation is pretty good. The ramp is really good. So I think now we're starting to kind of see the 6 mana planeswalkers. We're starting to see the Teferi theme, and then we're starting to see we're really starting to see like things really take place here, right? So like we have our 6 mana green planeswalker right here, GRUUl. So again, GRUUl, if you look at them, He's a 6-dropper. You can reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put it into your hand. Otherwise, put it on the bottom of your library. Okay. -2, target creature you control deals damage equal to another target creature. So it's like Domri's Ambush, in a way. It's -2. -7, until end of turn, creatures you control gain. You may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. Or it could just say the game is over in your nice little creature deck. But it's 6. It's a 6-dropper, so... But we're starting to see the themes now. We're starting to really start to see... So, like the Chandra, right? So she's a 6-dropper. So you look at her, and you go, okay, I'm starting to get the pattern. So she's a 6-dropper. +1, deals 3 damage to each opponent. So understand, that's each opponent. So think about different formats, right? It's not saying target opponent, it's saying each opponent. Then you can -2, and you can cast a red instant or sorcery card from your graveyard. Then, of course, that card would have to be exiled after you do that. So kind of like a reverse Chandra Torch of Defiance. Instead of exiling from the top, you're ripping into your graveyard. Then you discard your hand for its -8, draw 7 cards, and guess what you get to do until end of turn? You may cast spells from your hand without paying their mana cost. That's pretty big. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Raph, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do smaller spoiler videos. Yeah. I think I was originally just gonna make this like an hour, and then we started going through the spoilers in detail. Then I started bringing up combos. Then I brought up like old combos, like from Magic the Gathering history, and then we went to the gameplay, and we just like ripped through an entire rank. Like a rank and a half. We just ripped through platinum and got like halfway through like diamond pretty much. So, but yeah. But yeah, so we're starting to see like the little patterns there with those cards. So this is turning out to be a pretty darn solid, nice set. Like, it's really turning out to be a really good set. I think we covered almost every single spoiler besides a few, which I'll cover tomorrow. But like, if you just... And so guys, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that you know what? I kind of got to put these two together really quick. We're just doing it live, so be careful with me. I did a 2-hour stream earlier today. My computer crashed because, yeah. So just bear with the live. So let's see. Okay, so what you're going to see smack on the screen, let me try to... It's live, so you have to understand. Oops. There you go. So about this one. So you have Chandra's Fire Maul. It enters the battlefield. You may search your library and or graveyard for a card named Chandra. So basically just search for the Planeswalker. Put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle it. And it's on a 4/2 body with haste. So it's at 5. That Chandra is at 6. So, and guys, I'm going to wrap things up here in about 2 to 3 minutes. But you have this thing, and then you come down, and then you have the Chandra Planeswalker that it can go after. Kind of, wait, hold on. I want to make sure. Flames Catalyst. Yep. So that's it. So it seems like there's they're pushing the curb for the draw abilities. You can get them at the 4 spot pretty good and get really good combos off at the 4 spot, and that's where kind of it's been, right? Fires and interventions, like there's been a lot of 4 spots. Wilderness reclamation, so we're starting to see that trend continue, and then we're starting to see a second trend within the set is that not only are they doing really good reprints, which I've gone over at the beginning of the video. I gone over everything. So when this live stream's over and it's re-uploaded, watch the first hour. If you really are focused on the spoilers, combos, and then also because of the stream and stuff like that, I was going over MTG history and some of those combos. So if that interests you, watch the first hour. If you're wanting the gameplay and you want to see grab our GRUUl deck and beat red deck wins, like we want 15-4. I think 15-4 in the best of 3 through platinum into diamond. So then the gameplay you want to catch at about like an hour and a half in. And then if you just want to chill and you just want to listen to things in the background and just whatever, then you can watch a stream. I talked to the stream and stuff like that. So I was doing live gameplay, doing spoilers, and talking to the stream at the same time. If you're new to the channel, you'll get that I can do that. But anyway, so you start to notice the pattern here. So the 6 droppers, then you start to notice an artifact theme because we're going to come back with this artifact right here. So yeah, you can just tap mana for anything that you want, and you can tap this, add 5, and then you can pay 5, tap this, and then draw a bunch of cards. So you're starting to see that play out. So there's going to be an artifact theme here because you look at this one, and so you look at the this bad boy. Yeah, so it can't attack unless you control 4 more artifacts, but it can block. It's a 5/4 flyer for 3. At the beginning of your end step, create a treasure token for each non-token creature that died this turn. So, yeah, you think like Cauldron Familiar and Rakdos would like this? Witch's Oven, Cauldron Familiar. Yeah. I think so. Hey, pop my Cauldron, get a treasure token. And oh, by the way, what happens when you Witch's Oven something? You get an artifact food. This thing could probably attack very fast in a Rakdos deck. So you start to see little patterns, and I just saw this card not too long ago. So no, we won't. No, that's Baneslayer. So then, remember, when we saw Baneslayer, You're like, okay, it was in 2011. It's a reprint. It was good then, not so much now. Yeah, it's got lifelink protection from dragons. Then it's like, oops. It's like, oh. Okay, well, that makes sense now. You're like, yep, that makes perfect sense. You know, and then you start to see these 6 mana planeswalker, GRUUl 6, Chandra 6. Again, you're going to be on a slight delay, like 5-second delay from what I'm talking. So you're going to start to see, you know, just hang around on the 5-6 second delay marker, and you'll start to see, you know, my voice catching up to what is being done. So yeah, you're starting to see the patterns of they're going to 6 mana planeswalkers, but the draw ones, the things that draw, like Teferi, they're at 4. They're at the 4 spot. So it's the 4 spot and the 6 drop planeswalkers. That's what's being hit on. So I just thought I'd do like a quick overview on that, but like we're starting to really kind of see that start to play out. And then you see this right here, which so you see that Chandra planeswalker right now on the screen, and then in about a couple seconds you're gonna flicker over into something else, and basically you see Chandra's, and it's not half bad. It's get right here, Chandra's Fire Maw, and it'll pop right on the screen. So, there you go. Okay, so when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library and or graveyard. So understand, it could be your graveyard too. For a card name, so basically you grab the Chandra Planeswalker, you put it into your hand, and you shuffle your library. So this is on it's a 4/2 haster. It's on a 5 curve. Well, Chandra Catalyst is a 6 curve. So basically it's kind of telling you, play this turn 5, you get that turn 6. Or if you're playing like a GRUUl type deck, maybe, I don't know. I personally wouldn't do it, but yeah. So you're starting to see the set really start to like, you know, make sense. And I said this for the earlier group, so I'll say it for you guys as well. So I kind of noticed something right off the bat. So you look at Teferi's Insight, which will be popping on the screen again in about 5. This is live. This is live. It's not pre-recorded, edited. It's live. My gameplay is live. But anyway, you're gonna see right after the crawl. You're gonna see what I'm talking about with the Teferi, the Insight. So we're gonna come back to that because I think it should be popping up. Okay, right, meow. Okay, so you're seeing that, and so when you look at this card at first, I think a lot of it's like, okay. I think this is going to be darn good. So if you draw a card, except the first one you draw, in each of one of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So to put this into a little, this reminds me of Howling Mind. Howling Mind was a 2 artifact card where each player drew an additional card. Now I know this card is a far cry from that, but you slap on 2 blue mana and it's all about you, not about everybody else. Now you're saying, well, what would this work with, right? Like what would be, well, I don't think we have to go too far, do we? So we can go right into the Planeswalker himself. And so let's see here. go right into Teferi, Master of Time. I don't know. Anyway, so Master of Time. Now, I know when I first was talking about this Planeswalker earlier in the video, some people were like, they like this creature, and some people were like, no. So a lot of people focus on its neg 10 ability, take an extra turn after this one. But, so with this one, you can activate the abilities of Teferi Master. It's not all Teferis, by the way. It's exclusive to this Teferi, which I think is important. You can do it any time. You can cast an instant. Its +1 is draw a card, then discard a card. Does it really matter what its -3 is? Okay, so you phase out a creature. Okay. It's -10. Do you think you're going to get to -10 on a 4-dropper? I don't see it. But the draw a card, discard a card thing at instant speed, that's something that Royal Scions cannot do. It can't do it at instant speed, right? Royal Scions, the one Planeswalker with 1 colorless, 1 red, and 1 blue. So think about that, Teferi Master of Time, with what I just showed you previously. The insight. And now you start to go, okay. So you can draw at instant speed and discard at instant speed through Teferi Master of Time. So then you come back to the enchantment, Teferi's Ageless Insight, and then you go, okay, well, if you would draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. So let's go over that one more time. If you would draw a card, except the first one you draw in each of your draw steps, draw 2 cards instead. Do you see how you can grab one and that Teferi allows you to do other things? So you can literally so you could literally at instant speed go, I'm going to draw. So I think that's, imagine if you stack Wilderness Reclamation on top of what I just said. So you're going to be drawing cards, huge card advantage, and then you could really just open up for counter spells. Or I don't know if you could pull a ban off, like a ban draw ramp. That would be hard to pull off, but maybe board wipes, would be the thing that people would do. I bet you that's what's going to happen, actually. But those are just some like little things that you just look at and you just go, okay, that can happen. So when I look at the Teferi the new Teferi Planeswalker, I don't look at its -3 phase out a creature. I mean, it's my. Are you really going to be able to neg 10 it and take? I don't think so. But I think that +1 ability, just to draw and discard at instant speed whenever you want to at will. I think that's underestimated. When you start to look at the card, like it's like, oh, wait a minute, what? So I could practically draw 3 cards and then only discard 1 card, which puts me at a 2-card advantage every turn. So we noticed that the draw cards are at the 4 spot, and then we start to notice the patterns of, what's leaking now. And you start to go, okay, I'm starting to get the set now. I'm starting to really understand like what they're trying to do. I think it's great that they did the crypt right here. Because of everything that's going on, you can just exile. They reprinted this card, by the way. It's a reprint if you don't know. Yeah, you just take care of their graveyard. Just nuke it. I'm gonna open a booster box here on the channel. I'm gonna do it for Ikoria. And by the way, guys, if you want to, you can subscribe to the channel and also follow me on Twitch. If you do that, if you subscribe on YouTube, it's 2 simple clicks. My Twitch is in the description. I give away arena codes. You'll notice in the stream, I've given a few codes away. So, full disclosure, I'm sponsored by Wizards. I played since 1994. My arena DCI goes back to 1998. So I played when I was a little kid, and my background's actually in health sciences, and I was a former athlete. But so it's not about me. What I'm trying to say is that the perks of doing that is that you get the arena codes faster because they only last for about like 10 minutes at most. Plus, you get the gameplay, and I'll be doing box openings. But if not, you just feel free to drop a like. But this one right here is a reprint. And so there's a lot. Then you look at Ugin, reprint. So even if you, like, there's so much value. Like, I you have Ugin, modern. So if you're into standard, you're like, I don't like modern. I'm never going to use Ugin. You could trade this thing. You could trade it. It wouldn't last long. If you're, into nostalgia and we're going to rack it back, Grim Tutor. Search your library for a card. You take 3 life, shuffle your library. But, there's nostalgia in this set. There's things for modern in this set. There's things for current players in this set. And we all know that one thing can't tailor to everybody. But this is a very diverse set. This is a reprint that's in modern. So when it enters the battlefield, you choose a card name, and you have protection from that. Like, it's played in modern. Decks that try to lock you down in modern, defense decks, this is, like, in their deck. So you would have no problem opening this up. So, like, say you're excited for, I don't know, we'll go with Teferi. So we'll grab right here, Teferi, Master of Time. So that'll pop up. Again, it's live, so you're going to get this 5-second delay that's going to smack. But I can run my yapper to drag it out. So what should be appearing now on your screen is a Teferi after you see the halo. It's going to pop up. Well, it's going to pop up like right now. It should be. Okay, there you go. So Teferi, Master of Time. So, so if you're interested, like, okay, you're going to open up a box and try to get a Teferi, Master of Time. Like, that's what you're trying to do, right? So, and you're like, but I don't want to play with, like an Ugin, or I don't want to play with whatever card was reprinted and they're reprinting it from how many years ago. You will have no problem opening these cards are very good reprints. You will have no problem opening these up and going to a modern player and saying, hey, would you like to trade? So there's a lot of substance within the set. I guess, you feeling what I'm putting down? Am I dropping like it's hot? Right, it's like, right. So you're getting a lot of that in the set. And even the uncommons, like, even just if your budget is small, which the core set should that's what they kind of tailor to, is The cards should be relatively simple, straightforward. And so the next card, so you're seeing it already, is the Diarid. So basically, with this one, the uncommon, whenever you cast something that's non-green, it gets a +1/+1 counter. I mean, if this card was printed 10 years ago, that would be a rare. So, right, so you're getting a lot of value. So far, there's a lot of value. I don't see too many cards that have been leaked that are just like, why was that ever printed? Like, it's a, something weird, like a 5/5 for like 7 mana, and you're like, why would anybody ever print that card? I think it's a very good set. In fact, actually, I think the core set 2020 was a little undervalued too, because like Cavalier Flames, Cavalier of Thorns, all the Cavaliers. But this set, it's pretty good. I mean, it's not a linear set. It's not like the set is designed to do like tailor to one thing. Like, we're just gonna have a draw theme. We're just gonna have this theme. It's like we're just going to be diverse, and yeah, it's pretty good. So, I mean, if you're into Go, like if you're into Ramp, this is a good set. If you're into Draw, that's a good set. If you're into Draw Go, that's a good set. If you're into Nostalgia, it's a good set. Like, I don't know how to put it. It's just a good set. But, yeah. So, anyway, guys, I'll be doing another spoiler video, but it's going to be way shorter than this. So I've been live streaming. So I did multiple things in this video. So I'm going to wrap it up. And so going forward, we'll do more spoiler videos, but I'm going to be more fast, more succinct, and like I was at the beginning of the video. So if you want that, if you're just like, I just want the spoiler, I just want to read the card, hear it read back, and possible combos, then I really strongly recommend that you go to the beginning of the video, because we did that. And then we went through combos, and then I kind of brought up Magic the Gathering history and some combos that are similar to what you see today. Similarities that I saw back in the 90s that you may or may not have saw. So that's that. Then we did gameplay. All right. And we grabbed the deck, and I was so happy that Fires was done. Fires and Agent Treachery. I have a whole series on that. And with the GRUUl deck. And we literally just went, I think, 15-4 in the best of 3. So there's that. And then if you're just looking to kind of wind down and just kind of just casually go over things and sit back and stuff like that, and then there's that, and then you're here now. So that's what we've done in 6 hours. Again, when I do future videos, they're going to be much shorter, and yeah, but so that's what it's all entailed. Again, if you want to subscribe, go ahead and do that. Subscribe on the YouTube channel and go ahead and follow. The link will be in the description of the video. It should be. Just go ahead and follow on Twitch. And when I give arena codes away, they help build your collection. People have gotten booster packs to Mythic rares, to Shark Typhoon, to whatever happened today. And it's just kind of my way of saying, hey, thanks. I make these types of videos, like live stream. This is just my way of giving to the MTG community. That's just my way. So anyway, guys, if you feel like subscribing, go ahead and do that. That's the benefits that you get of subscribing and following on Twitch. And the reason why I have you follow on Twitch and subscribe to YouTube, it's 2 clicks. But the reason why is because our codes don't last long, right? They last like 10 minutes. So they go really quick. So with that being said, the codes go quick. So I try to streamline everything to where on Twitch, you can actually message people the code. So I'll be giving away probably 4 to 5 codes a week. And again, you can see in the chat, people are kind of friendly. It's not a crazy environment. So that's that. So I'm not going to spend a bunch of time talking about myself and say, hey, here's this. There's no Patreon. I'm not telling you to do anything. In fact, if you actually look at what I put, besides a few jokes, yeah, there's no super chatting. If you go over to Twitch, there's no, no, I mean, times are tough for everybody. Yeah, so we're not doing any of that. So there's 2 ways that I could do what I was going to do, was start a Patreon and be able to communicate codes and do that way. But I decided, let's just run the Twitch with the YouTube, and we can do that. And so I think that's, it's a good way. So anyway, feel free to subscribe and then follow on Twitch for the free codes. Or if you just want to focus on, just follow me for the YouTube content, and go ahead and subscribe as well. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. Just drop a like, and feel free to drop something in the comments. Again, dropping a like does help out the video, so I appreciate that. But anyway, I appreciate you for watching. I appreciate you for coming. And again, go ahead. And again, as I said, the sequence of the video should be spoilers, combos with spoilers, more detailed per card at the very beginning, and then we go into kind of Magic the Gathering history a little bit, and some combos there. So if you like that type of, from an analytical point of sense, so if you like that type of stuff, like the nitty gritty, what was it like, then you'll like that. It's not philosophical. It's just, here's how this card does. Here's how this card is very similar. This is how this happened. This is why a Black Lotus wasn't the craziest card you ever seen, and here's why. And I kind of break it down for you very analytically. We do that after the spoilers. Then we get into the gameplay. Then we kind of just people in the chat were talking, and then now we're here. So I just want to give you a rundown of that. So if you watch this, it's long. I intended this just to be like an hour. But anyway, yeah, so Fires of Intervention, Agent Treachery, yeah, that's been banned officially today. And then I was happy about that. And then just because we're hunting for it. So I played versus top 8 decks. I also played in the MTG Arena Open. There's 8 hours of footage of that. Check out the light deck that I have. I don't talk as much, because you have to understand, when you're doing an MTG Open and you're live streaming an MTG Open, people can see what you do. They can see what you do. So there's points in that video where I'm kind of quiet, and I'm not as talkative as this because of that reason. I'm like, so there's a light deck that we had. It went 3-0 at the MTG Open. It started off 3-0, but really watch that 4th match versus that Lyris match. You're not going to see too many matches like that. Then we ran Temur Clover, where we went on a 5-0 run. And there was a big match versus Fires when it was legal, of course. So anyway, thank you for watching. If you subscribe, thank you. Thank you for the new subscribers. Wuthon. I'm going to butcher a lot of these names. Nurknu 93, Droy, Jan, of course, Raphael's been a frequent flyer. Aaron, and the rest of your names, I'm going to butcher them. Yeah, so anyways, guys, I think it's a really good set. And I talk about at the beginning of the video Master Core and its history, and back to Urza's Destiny and stuff like that, what you're seeing on the screen right now. So I go over all that type of stuff. And again, to cut it short, any takeaway is simply this. You know, it's going to kind of sound cheesy, but it's not. There's life gain in Magic, but in particular with this one. Go that one right here. Nope. Well, that's life gainer. Okay. But this guy's even really good, right? But yeah, there's life gain in Magic, but it's not life. Play responsibly, and just try to be the best version of yourself. Honestly, whatever that is, wherever that is at. If it's just, I don't have any kids, but if you're a parent or what, if that is the role that you play, just be the best version of that, and do the best you can with the best of what you got, because that's the best of what you can do. And quite honestly, that's all you can do. And so, you know, we kind of got, you know, a deep chat when I started talking. But like I said, there's a lot of people that play the game that have anxiety or social anxiety or whatever, and you know, it's a distractor. It helps them to get away from that. So if my videos help you do that, then, you know, I've done my job. And so anyway, I'm gonna get my butt back into the weight room, get back in the bodybuilding, and then also, and then but again, we're gonna be doing booster box openings. I'm gonna open up a Korea, and then we're definitely gonna open up M20. Yeah, I mean, I look forward to opening up M20. Yeah, the value. By the way, the picture that you're seeing right now is on the thumbnail, and the picture on the thumbnail looks a lot better than this one. So yeah, so this one says whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So yeah, think about that in a life gain deck, like Holoid Suncrowned and Daxos, Blessed by the Sun, all that type of stuff. Yeah, pretty good card at 3. So I think that's, you know, the set kind of going forward. But I just really, again, want to reiterate that you know, play the game responsibly, and you know, there's more life to MTG, but just be the best version of yourself that you can be. And I think that's what you try to do. So on that note, I will end the stream. Thank you for watching or subbing and following. Again, subscribe and follow. It'll be in the description. But yeah, thank you for doing that. And I want you guys to have a really good day. With that being said, you're like, so all that flips over. So with that, I do want to give a little of attention to kind of certain things that are going on. So you see a little Nisa there, and then a little picture of somebody deadlifting weights. That's, you know, so not MTG related, but you know, we focus a lot on the nurses, but we'll talk about the respiratory therapists. We'll talk about a lot of those things. Respiratory therapists, the DOs, the doctors of osteopathy, the medical doctors, the drivers, cashiers. So just be safe, take it easy, chill, play some MTG, relax. Summertime, wherever you're at in your life, I don't know. But again, thank you for watching and coming to the video. And so with that, we'll kind of leave on a little note there, but I just want to take that little time extra to do that. So thank you for watching.
If it's love that you need, you can
And guys, I will see you tomorrow or maybe later tonight. We'll be doing more